This is Mission Control Houston. We have acquisition through Hawaii at this time. Should be getting downlink television momentarily of the deployment of the Anik spacecraft.
Columbia, Houston with you at Hawaii for 6 minutes. We'll have a very short keyhole after 4 minutes, probably less than 30 seconds.
Right. Okay, Brian, do you want the dump now?
Your go for VTR.
Playing.
Roger, we have a good picture.
25.
And Joe, we got fantastic pictures and audio of that.
Okay, we thought you'd like that. Audio, did you like the countdown audio or the music audio?
We're polling the audience down here on that one.
And Brian, we heated up R4D. That was done per your procedure, 9 hours, 21 minutes, 40 seconds.
Roger, thanks, Vance.
And Brian, we have a question here on the water supply.
Roger, go ahead.
We are presently dumping Bravo to 50% per your instructions, and we noticed that Charlie and Delta are each down to about 80%. Seems to me yesterday they're up at 90. Where are we using that water?
Roger, stand by.
Okay. Didn't think we were flashing any all day, and I'm just curious.
Columbia, Houston, in regards to the water question, we launched with 90% in tank C and 65% in D, and after launch the tanks equalized out to about 78% in each, and they've been filling since then.
Okay, I thought I guess we saw that one at 90 yesterday and assumed both of them were at 90. Just curious.
Roger that.
And Houston, it got a little cool last night when we were sleeping, so we think we'll, with your permission, move the cabin temp controller valve to perhaps 2/3 cool or 1/3 cool.
Roger, we concur with that, Vance. And Columbia, Houston, with 30 seconds to go, and we're looking at a beautiful picture of the spacecraft against the ocean.
Right, we're watching it on the monitor too here, although we got kind of a scratchy black and white. We wouldn't trade places. We just wanted to share that with you tonight, Brian.
Roger, that's appreciated. Thank you very much. And next AOS will be Santiago at 9 + 5-3.
Okay.
Flight controller power off, please.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii now. 19 minutes away from reacquisition at Santiago, Chile. Videotape playback from onboard Columbia of the deployment of Anik on the previous orbit, accompanied by the music from the motion picture 2001, which in turn had been borrowed from a tone poem by Richard Strauss, Thus Spoke Zarathustra. We'll return in 18 minutes at Santiago. Crew preparing now for their pre-sleep activity after their evening meal. Most of the day's work having been completed. At 9 hours 34 minutes on the second day of STS-5, Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. We have acquisition at Santiago, Chile.
Columbia, Houston with you at Santiago for 6 minutes.
Roger, Brian. How do you read us? We're all down here on the middeck.
Roger, Bob, I read you loud and clear.
did complete the TV taping of the oxygen interaction validation status as of now, prior to turning it on your call later.
Roger.
Brian, got a question for you.
Roger, go ahead.
Heard the SRBs had made it down and were sighted. Did they make like submarines this time, or did we get them back?
Stand by. And Columbia, on your question on SRBs, at last report, both SRBs were under tow. They had a small problem with following seas, making it a little slower for them. They had to periodically fill the SRBs with air, but they are under tow.
Outstanding.
And Columbia, Houston, we need you to have the 3-degree deadband called for on DAP B5, if you could check your DAP mode.
Okay, I'll go up to that, Brian. We got time here. And we'll take the hit on that one, and you want that B5, huh?
That's affirmative. And Columbia, while you're down there, we'd like to go over the tag-up items with you.
Oh, listening, but we may not be able to hand to right. Go ahead.
Roger, the Anik deploy was a real spectacular deploy today. And everyone down here had a lot of smiles.
Well, we were smiling up here too, babe.
As a matter of fact, most of us will be drinking beers at the Gilru Center in about an hour, and we'll be toasting you folks.
Well, after the toast, save some for us.
Will do.
We keep searching and searching, and we can't find any. We'd like to toast SBS and Telesat of Canada, too.
Roger, copy that, Vance. And if you got a few seconds, we were wondering how your medical DSOs went today.
Okay, slowly, as we anticipated, both Joe and I got off the EOG portion as we did report earlier, and that went without a hitch, except it took about twice as long as had been scheduled. The acceleration sensing we never tried because we knew it was going to take longer than we had, and we were already behind. And the kinesthetic repeatability also got skipped, although we may get a chance to catch that yet tonight.
Roger, copy that, Bill. Roughly the flight plan for tomorrow, we're looking for another COAS CAL on the forward station with the morning IMU align. And you should use Rigel or Sirius as the star.
Super idea.
And we're still looking at the aft COAS CAL. And we'll be asking for a short count also tomorrow at Yargady's Pass on both UHF channels.
Sam? And we'll be getting the roll pitch angles for inertial angles for the star, I understand, too.
Roger. Only anomalies to talk to you about tonight. The R4D heater, the control temp with the thruster firings, working on a plan to use the thermal test attitudes. And there's been a loss of the RU down here on MCC. We don't need any action on your part on that.
You better not.
And we have 20 seconds till LOS. We'll see you at Ascension at 10+07. And we'll be sending up a state vector good message on the TPR sometime later after sleep, and we'll have another message for you on the heater, R4D heater response for caution and warning a little later.
Hey, Brian, and just the EZCOM's mine, I'm starting to feel so pert right now.
Roger that.
This is Mission Control Houston, 50 seconds away from predicted acquisition of Ascension Island on orbit 23. This likely will be the last conversation of the evening before the crew of Columbia settles down for a sleep period. We'll stand by for this final exchange.
Columbia, Houston with you at Ascension for 6 minutes.
Okay, Brian, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Roger, and Vance, concerning the temperature in the cabin tonight, all other things being equal, because of the attitudes today, we expect that it would be even cooler tonight in there, and we would recommend full warm on the system if needed.
Okay, glad to hear that. We really didn't notice it was so cold at bedtime last night, but about 2 or 3 hours later, with not moving around, we were really freezing.
Roger that, Vance, and feel free to use that system any way you want to keep yourselves the right temperature.
Righto, thanks. And Brian, do I have your go to activate the oxygen interaction validation?
And Columbia, Houston, your go for the oxygen interaction validation.
Okay, I'll go do it. It's easier to do than to talk about it. Okay, Brian, it is on the aft main B, aft payload B.
Roger, and we see the amps here. We saw that change. And the amperage signature here shows that all the heaters are working.
Okay, very good.
And Columbia, Houston, follow up on the R4D jet heat system tonight.
Go ahead.
Roger, we don't expect one, but should you get an R4D leak message during the night, go ahead and check for quantity divergence. If there's no divergence, leave the manifold open. If you do see a divergence, go ahead and close the manifold.
Copy. And, Houston, Columbia?
Roger, go ahead, Columbia.
If my spec 68 isn't lying to me, other than those 2 bad ones on it, looks like the dump is complete. You agree? I mean, not the dump, the fuel cell purge is complete.
And Bob, yes, it is complete.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you at Guam at 10 plus 50.
Roger, Ryan. It's Guam.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Ascension Island. 35 minutes away from reacquisition at Guam, which will likely be the final pass of the day. The crew settles in after a fairly long day of preparation for deploying the Anik satellite, which went according to the textbook and the checklist. At 10 hours 15 minutes into day 2 of STS-5, Mission Control Houston.
Shuttle Control Houston, we've acquired signal over Guam.
Columbia, Houston with you for 6 minutes over Guam.
Hello, Houston. This is Columbia. How do you read us? Over.
Roger, loud and clear.
Just out of curiosity, how do you read the mid-deck speaker?
Roger, it's loud and a little bit hollow, just like nominal.
Oh, it's just like our heads.
And Columbia, we've got a couple of notes for you. We recommend an item 16 on spec 62 to inhibit the DCOM 3 FDA when you've got a chance.
Item 16. Roger, Brian, we understand that. Thanks for the reminder. How does our side set attitude look to you now?
Roger, it looks great to us, Bob.
Okay.
And Columbia, Houston, in reference to the sponge experiment for Joe, you're right, there should have been 3 sponge packets in the pocket for run 3. You might want to look in the rest of that locker to see if it was misfiled in the wrong pocket. If you can't find it, don't worry. I've been advised that it's not dangerous.
Okay, Brian, thank you. We'll look all around. I'll be extra careful. And if the mixture's exactly the same as in sets 4, 5, and 6, I can just use the same procedures and continue on so I won't lose the sample when and if I find it.
That's firm. If you do find it, we'd like you to go ahead and activate it, record the time, and just leave it on the rest of the mission.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And Columbia, a couple of notes on the Anik. You really gave it a beautiful start in life, and the TV coverage of the deploy was super.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
And the orbit looks good on the Anik. We still don't have confirmation of the telemetry yet, but everything looks good so far on that spacecraft. And the ascent entry team will be with you tomorrow at 1900 at Aurora for your wake-up. And you can sleep well tonight. Your planning team is awake.
That's what we're afraid of. Brian, I think we have a picture of the planning team that was sent up aboard our cap, and we'll place it on the wall.
Roger that.
Columbia, Houston, out of your read.
You're loud and clear?
Okay, you got the planning team with you now, and trust you sleep well this evening. We've got an official name now. We're called the Gray Team, so we'll be referred to as the Gray Team from henceforth.
Okay, John, we understand that, but it's the racing gray, I bet.
That's a firm, and we got a minute to LOS. Be waking up in about 8 hours. Sleep well.
Okay, super. We appreciate that.
Good night.
Yeah, John, don't let us oversleep, babe.
We'll try not to.
Mission Control, Houston. 1 day, 10 hours, 57 minutes mission elapsed time. We have loss of signal over the Guam tracking station on orbit number 24. The planning team, Capcom John McBride, has wished the crew a good night's sleep, and the planning team will be taking over here in Mission Control shortly to sit here through the night and watch the condition of the systems on board Columbia. Things have gone very well through the day, and we had the second successful satellite deployment. DPS flight control position reported that the 3 operable CRTs are in the sleep configuration, indicating the crew is preparing to go to sleep and has finished their business for the day. Currently planning to have a change of shift press conference with the off-going orbit team in about 30 minutes in room 135 in building 2 here at the Johnson Space Center. At 1 day, 10 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Change of shift briefing with the off-going orbit team. Flight Director John Cox should be getting underway momentarily. Room 135 of building 2. We're about 45 seconds away from acquiring data over the Santiago tracking station in Chile. The crew is about a half an hour into their officially scheduled sleep period. And indications from the spacecraft are that they have configured their systems to begin that sleep period. 1 day, 11 hours, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 1 day, 12 hours, 35 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia has just passed out of range of the tracking station at Guam. Flight controllers here in Mission Control are monitoring the systems on board, and everything continues to look good at this time. Columbia is on orbit number 25 now. Crew is only about an hour and a half into their scheduled sleep period. This planning shift, of course, tonight we'll be preparing the teleprinter messages, making any adjustments in the crew activity plan for tomorrow, and putting all that on the teleprinter to go up to the crew so that they'll have it in the morning first thing when they get up. At 1 day, 12 hours, 36 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, at 1 day, 14 hours, 16 minutes, mission elapsed time. Columbia is currently on orbit number 26. We're not quite halfway into the crew's sleep period tonight. All systems continue to look good on board the spacecraft, being monitored here in Mission Control. Planning shift here this evening, making some updates in the crew activity plan for tomorrow, although much of it remains as in the crew activity plan book. Mission so far has been very nominal. Very few problems to report. Very little special additional work to keep the flight controllers busy. Crew has a relatively light day scheduled for tomorrow. No major activities other than toward the end of the day, astronauts Lenore and Allen will begin preparing the equipment which will be used for their spacewalk on Sunday morning. Some of that equipment they will be taking out of storage lockers on the middeck and moving it into the airlock. At 1 day, 14 hours, 18 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, at 1 day, 16 hours, 9 minutes, mission elapsed time. The change of shift press briefing scheduled for the planning team, originally scheduled for approximately 1:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're considering canceling that at this time. We'll make that announcement again in about 10 minutes, and once again, before we do announce cancellation, if there should be any need to hold a press conference to reinitiate that, any problems that develop that need discussion, and we can reinstitute that. But at the present time, given that everything is very quiet here in Mission Control, we are considering canceling that press conference. We will again repeat that announcement later before making a final decision to cancel that 1:50 a.m. Central Standard Time press conference. 1 day, 16 hours, 10 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 1 day, 16 hours, 32 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is just a further, to repeat the announcement that we are planning to cancel the previously scheduled 1:50 a.m. Central Standard Time change of shift briefing. If we have no particular expression of interest on the part of the press within about the next 10 minutes, we'll put up the display that indicates we have canceled that briefing. However, we will continue to monitor the activities in Mission Control during the night, and if anything comes up of interest, we'll be sure to put it out over the commentary circuit. And if there's anything that requires a press conference, we can always reinstitute that at this time. However, things go very smoothly right now, as they did last night, and it appears at the present time that there's no real need to hold that press conference. We will, however, wait about another 10 minutes before canceling that. 1 day, 16 hours, 33 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, 1 day, 16 hours, 47 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is the final announcement that we are canceling the previously scheduled 1:50 a.m. Central Standard Time change of shift press conference. Things have been very quiet here tonight in Mission Control on the planning shift. No particular activities to announce or be reviewed. We will, of course, continue to monitor conditions through the night, and should it become necessary, we can reinstitute the press conference. However, at the present time, everything continues to go very smooth, and we see no particular reason to hold that press conference based on what we see right now. We have some other television opportunities that will be coming up in the morning, beginning at approximately 4:57 a.m. Central Standard Time. We will have a videotape replay of the OMS Pod survey. That had been a time spot that was scheduled for the downlink of the replay of the Telesat Anik deploy, and since we got that earlier, we're going to be substituting the OMSPOD survey. Mission Control Houston at 1 day, 16 hours, 59 minutes mission elapsed time. Just to repeat, we have canceled the previously scheduled 1:50 a.m. Central Standard Time change of shift briefing. There appear to be no activities or events that require that briefing to be held. Should it become necessary during the course of the evening, we can reinstitute that. To run down the list of the other scheduled television events coming up in the morning, beginning at 4:57 a.m. Central Standard Time. We're having the videotape replay of the Orbital Maneuvering System Pod survey, showing where there are some chipped pieces off some of the tile. There'll be a playback of that VTR at 5:20 a.m. Central Standard Time. Then we have the shift briefing following the off-going ascent entry team shift, and that will be at approximately 8:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. Then the next TV event is not until 2:19 p.m. in the afternoon Central Time, the water dunk and airlock preparation. A playback of that to follow about 21 minutes later at 2:40 p.m. And then the other change of shift briefing tomorrow at 4:20 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 1 day, 17 hours and 1 minute mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, 1 day, 17 hours, 57 minutes mission elapsed time. Flight controllers of the ascent entry team are beginning to filter into mission control here for the beginning of their shift. We're about 1 hour away now from the scheduled wake-up of the STS-5 crew. Columbia is on orbit number 29, just starting on orbit 29, beginning to pass out over the coastline at the northern tip of South America. Just a reminder that we did cancel the change of shift briefing that had been tentatively scheduled for 1:50 a.m. Central Standard Time this morning. Things have gone very well through the night with no new problems reported. Only items of interest were the minor changes to be put on the teleprinter message to go up to the crew. Really very few adjustments in the crew activity plan, as things have gone very much according to the timeline in the previous 2 days. Crew activities scheduled for the flight day 3 include operating some of the student experiments on board, gathering some medical data relating to the studies on space motion sickness, and later in the day the preparation of equipment in the airlock for the early Sunday morning spacewalk by mission specialists Bill Lenore and Joe Allen. At 1 day, 17 hours, 59 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Mission Control Houston.
This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 18 hours, 55 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia, about 30 seconds away from acquisition through the Auroral station. We expect to talk to the crew with a wake-up call at this station. We'll stand by for conversation through Auroral.
Good morning, Houston.
Good morning, Columbia. How do you read?
Real well.
Hate to wake you up this early, but we got a lot of things for you to do today.
Okay, well, we need to get... Was that West Virginia music?
That's some of it. We got more for you later. We want you, if you would, to take a good look at your TPR messages. We're not sure whether they came up real good on the last site. If not, we'll resend them at Nyla.
John. Those are messages on the teleprinter?
That's affirmative. Your mission summary and the cap update, and let us know at Myler if they're good. If not, we'll retransmit them real quickly.
Okay, first glance says they're pretty good. We've got one, let's see, on weather update, on a state vector update, and then we've got, we have two cap activity timelines and one flight plan overview. Is that the sum of it?
We're happy to report that that is the sum of it. We're about a minute away from an LOS here. We're going to turn over to the Ivory team, and we'll see you again tonight.
Okay, planning team, we thank you all. Appreciate it very much. We slept safe and sound.
That's great. The Ivory guys will talk to you at 1932, and we'll see you tonight.
Roger that.
This is Shuttle Control. Auroral has loss of signal now with Columbia. Next acquisition through Merritt Island in 31 minutes. Here in the Mission Control Center, a shift handover is underway. The Ivory team, led by Flight Director Tom Holloway, is taking over from the team led by Gary Cohen. There will be no change of shift news conference. Wake-up music this morning, as every Texan knows, was Cotton Eye Joe. At 1 day, 19 hours, 2 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 19 hours, 31 minutes, mission elapsed time. Columbia started its 30th orbit of the Earth a few minutes ago. We're standing by for acquisition through the Merritt Island, Florida tracking station.
Hey, this is Houston with you through Milo, standing by.
Bob? We're busy copying some stuff in the cap right now.
Okay, Bob. Columbia, this is Houston. One addition to your teleprinter message this morning, Site 12 for the ground ops. Weather has become good, so if you have somebody loose to look at Site 12 when you go over.
Okay, Bob. Hey, and I'd like clarification on the requirement to cross-feed from the left ohms. I've gone ahead and cross-fed from the left ohms, and note that I have had, per the requirement, have taken the left ohms cross-feed Bravo to open, and I guess I thought we were leaving that in GPC for the rest of the mission.
Okay, stand by, Bob. We'll get back to you. Okay, Bob, we'd like to take that left ohms cross-feed back to GPC.
Okay, so you want to open GPC, is that affirmative?
That's affirmative.
Okay, that's what you got.
This is Shuttle Control. The Capcoms on this shift are Bob Stewart and Roy Bridges.
Columbia, this is Houston, 30 seconds to LOS at Bermuda. We'll see you at Dakar at 47.
Okay, Bob.
This is Shuttle Control. Columbia is over the mid-Atlantic now, out of range of the Bermuda station. Next acquisition through Dakar in just over 3 minutes. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 19 hours, 47 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia will be within range of Dakar in about 15 seconds. We'll stand by.
Columbia, Houston's with you through Dakar for 6 minutes.
Roger, Bob.
Columbia, this is Houston.
Go ahead, Bob.
Since Anik has departed the bay, we'd like to inhibit the DCOM FDA on 3. So if you could get spec 62 and give us an item 16.
Okay, it work. Hey, Bob, are we about over the Sierra?
Say again, Columbia, we're approaching a keyhole and you're getting kind of broken.
Just wondering if we're over the Sierra right now. There's lots of sand dunes down there.
Yes, you're over the Sierra.
I guess you can tell the Sierra anywhere. It's a beautiful sight, though.
And Columbia, we're 30 seconds to LOS at Madrid. Indian Ocean Station is next at 2006.
Okay, Bob.
This is Shuttle Control. The car has loss of signal with Columbia. Spacecraft moving down across Africa now toward the Indian Ocean. Pilot Bob Overmeyer remarking a few minutes ago that the Sahara Desert is a beautiful sight. Next acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station in 10.5 minutes. At 1 day, 19 hours, 55 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 20 hours, 6 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia has acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Indian Ocean for 8 minutes.
Roger, Bob.
I've got one configuration for you here. We'd like the N2 System 2 reg inlet open on panel L2.
Okay, say it again, Bob. Leave it over there.
Okay, that's N2 System 2 reg inlet open.
Okay, Bob, I guess I hit that. N2, System 2, reg inlet open now.
Okay, mighty fine, we see it now.
Sorry about that, babe.
Yeah, that's it for configurations. If you got somebody handy, though, we'd like to know the status of your LiO canisters, what's installed where. The reason is they got some new type of LiO canisters, and ECOMs down here don't have anything to do, so they're interested in the performance this time.
Bob, this is Joe. How do you rate?
Loud and clear, Joe.
Okay, due to an oversight on my part, Bob, we did not get the LiO installed last night just before bedtime. I did install it this morning at 1800. That's, I guess, day 1 slash 1800 hours. And that was LiO canister number 5, went in position A. And because we're coming up on another LiO change shortly, I put canister number 6 in position B. Over.
Okay, Joe, thanks a lot.
And just out of curiosity, do you have a reading of what our PP CO2 went up to last night?
Well, we saw a 2.1 peak, Bob.
Okay.
And Columbia, when it's convenient, we'd like you to check out the window and kind of give us a check on where the elevon position is right now.
The port inboard is full up. Bob, I'm looking over at the port. The inboard looks to be full up. The outboard looks like it's in trail.
Okay, Joe, how about starboard?
Bob, on the starboard side, the outboard is about 3/4 way up, and the inboard looks like they're full up.
Okay, starboard outboard is 3/4 up and inboard is full up.
That's a good number.
Yeah, we appreciate it. That'll help the hydraulics folks in their modeling of the system on orbit.
Okay. Actually, Bob, the two inboards went to full up sometime yesterday, and that's the first time I've noticed that outboard has gone up on the starboard side. I agree with that.
Okay, we copy. Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS at Indian Ocean Station. We'll talk to you next through Yargity.
Okay, Bob.
This is Shuttle Control, Columbia, out over the Indian Ocean now. Next acquisition through Yargity, Australia, in 7 minutes. Columbia's current orbit is 169 by 160 nautical miles. The orbital period is 1 hour, 30 minutes, 48 seconds. At 1 day, 20 hours, 15 minutes. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 20 hours, 22 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Yargity.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Yargity for 8 minutes.
Roger, Bob. If you don't have any traffic for us, we've got a couple news of the world type questions to ask you if you have time.
Okay, go ahead. We have no traffic for you.
How's the strike going? One thing, are the Oilers playing football yet?
No football yet. About the only news of the world that's been flying around down here with any sort of regularity is the Russian news.
We're very sorry to hear about the death of President Brezhnev, and certainly wish the Soviet people, the Russians, well on their selection process for their next premier. There's a little known story, I ought to tell you someday, how President Brezhnev is actually wearing my silver astronaut pin.
Well, that would be a good story, but probably not for the loop right now. Can you keep it clean?
There's nothing to it. We were at a reception, and the Soviet delegation gave the American delegation a number of items. We weren't prepared, and I took off my silver astronaut pin and gave it to Tom Stafford, who presented to the President Brezhnev.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting comment, Bob, and it probably picked up by the news folks down here.
I should have said it, I'm sorry.
If you'll hold up a sign to the window, maybe Joe Kerwin can receive a greeting from you personally now. Seems like you're coming over his new residence.
Roger, Bob. Can't believe the view, Bob. I'm squatting on C6. My toes underneath where the little hole is under the center console there, and able to look out all the forward windows at one time. It's just spectacular. There's no way you can catch that on film, I'll tell you.
Okay, Bob, we're just down here trying to figure out what your view is. We got the FAO checking your pointing angle.
Oh, it's my view right out the windows. There's a lot of landmass underneath me, and you can see we haven't gotten our map set up yet this morning.
You're passing over Australia.
Okay, that's what we figured.
I figured you'd deduce that since we told you we was talking to you through Yargity.
It's a little dense at times, but it kind of comes to you once in a while. Joe slept kind of suspended right near the teleprinter last night, and in the eerie glow of the green light of the teleprinter, I was suspended in the middeck just floating around. And every time I brushed against something and woke up, I looked over and I saw this kind of body hanging over in this greenish glow.
Sounds more like a Halloween type story, doesn't it?
Hey, that's exactly what it looked like.
Roy's sitting over here frantically trying to get a call through to Joe Kerwin and tell him to run outside and look up here.
Okay. We wish the folks down in Yargany would pass that word on to Joe. We certainly do appreciate what the folks at Yargany doing for us and all the support we're getting throughout the whole net. And Bob, we're maneuvering to the IMU line attitude.
Okay, Bob, we're going to lose you for a couple of seconds here in the keyhole between Yargany and Aurora. Be back with you shortly. Columbia, we're back with you through Aurora now.
Bob, a word for the surgeon if you're there. We're a little late on the Excel detect sensitivity. You may be looking for traces on your biomed channels, and we're not going to put any on for a while. We'll give you a call when we get to that. We're trying to clean stuff up here.
Okay, Joe. And for your information, we got Joe Kerwin on the landline right now. Anything you want us to pass on to him?
Rod, just a word from yesterday. He owes for the September coffee fund.
Okay, we'll remind him.
And in addition, just hearty greetings to Joe and to his family. We miss them in the neighborhood and look forward to when they come back. Know that they're having a wonderful time in Australia, though.
Columbia, Houston.
Ed?
Is Joe Allen available?
Sure is. Is this Joe Kerwin?
Well, this is Roy. I just had a conversation with Joe while you were over Yargady, and first part of Aurora. He had a little note he wanted to pass on to Joe and the rest of the crew.
Go ahead, Roy.
Well, Dr. Kerwin says he considers it terribly unfair to have to pay his dues to the coffee mess when all he has a chance to drink is Aussie beer.
That last, what's all you have to drink?
Australian beer.
That's right, he gets to pay double for that.
Okay. He also wished you all that you continue a very successful but a very boring flight. And he said that the great performance that you're turning in is being well received in Australia and the Pacific, and he wishes you all the luck in the world.
Okay, Roy, thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
All I've got to say, Joe, is if he's talking about a boring flight, he must be only talking about ECOMs, because those PAM deploy pictures sure are exciting that you've been sending down.
Terrific.
Yeah, Joe, maybe I could have said it better. He wished that you would continue your successful flight to the point of being bored. That is, that you have nothing but good things happen and nothing unexpected come up.
Oh, we understood exactly that, Roy, and thank you.
Hey, Columbia, we're 15 seconds to LOS at Aurora. Talk to you next through Mila.
Hey, Bob.
And Mile will be at 2107.
This is shuttle control. Aurora has a loss of signal now. Columbia is starting a trek over the Pacific Ocean with next acquisition at Merritt Island, Florida in 29 minutes. Considerable amount of conversation between the crew and the ground during this pass over the continent of Australia. Pilot Bob Overmeyer asking about the news, in particular whether the National Football League strike had been settled. And in discussing the death of the Soviet President Brezhnev, he reminded him that his astronaut pin was presented to Mr. Brezhnev during a reception in the Kremlin. That activity taking place during the preparations for the Apollo-Soyuz mission back in the mid-70s. That mission flown in July of 1975. Overmeyer was a member of the support crew for that mission, made several trips to the Soviet Union and for crew training. Said he had a spectacular view of Australia out of all four windows. Didn't believe that the view could be captured on film. There was discussion about astronaut Joe Kerwin. One of the Capcoms, Roy Bridges, was talking to Dr. Kerwin on the telephone in Australia. Dr. Kerwin is assigned as the NASA representative to Australia for a couple of years. Dr. Kerwin is a veteran of the Skylab mission. And Joe Allen reported that he and Bill Lenore will be a little late performing the acceleration detection sensitivity test. That test scheduled for this time. Its purpose is to measure the threshold level at which the body will detect linear and angular acceleration and determine if the threshold changes during flight. Both of the mission specialists will be subjects for this test, in which the subject is placed in a harness and suspended by 4 springs. He wears an eye shield and earplugs, and the assisting crew member initiates a head to foot and then a rotary oscillation of the test subject, slowly increasing in the amplitude until it is perceptible to the subject. The subject wears 5 electrodes attached to his face for this test. At 1 day, 20 hours, 41 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 6 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia is on its 31st orbit now, and we should have acquisition through Merritt Island in about 10 seconds.
Columbia Houston with you through Myler and Bermuda for 12 minutes.
Roger, Houston. Loud and clear. We have some alignment cal results to give you.
Okay, Vance, first I'd like to ask you if you could give us a GNC Spec 1 for some variable parameters. Okay, thank you, Vance. We see it and we're ready to copy.
Okay, Bob did the IMU align, stars 54, 34, angular error 0. Starting out with the angles, plus X, I'll give you just decimal and 2 digits on each. Plus X, or rather X, delta X is plus 0.25, minus decimal 16, minus decimal 19. Delta Y, plus decimal 02, plus decimal 01, plus decimal 20. Delta Z, plus decimal 13, plus decimal 04, plus decimal 29. Execution time, day 1, 20 hours, 3900.
Okay, we copy, Vance. Thank you.
Okay, if you're ready, the star track threshold log.
Roger, ready.
Okay, on minus Y, it was picked up at threshold number 1. You'll find it on the tape at 12046. Minus Z, threshold 2. You'll pick it up at 12044.
Okay, we copy that.
And we had, when we finished that, then I tried the plus X COAS verification, and it worked this time. You just can't believe the difference when you have a bright star. I'll give you the results.
Okay.
Case, it was a star 11. On the first mark, we had an error of 0.81. We took it at 12056, and then we made 2 more marks to check it, and we got 0.11 and 0.12.
Okay, very good, and we're very happy it worked this time.
Well, let me tell you why the star brightness makes a difference. It's if a star's bright enough, it's not overwhelmed by the reticle. If you have a dim star, no matter how dim you make the reticle, it's still you still cannot track the star to get it into the center. And I think it's as simple as that. Probably the combination of a slightly dirty windshield and a dim star is what did it to us. And probably if we got a bright star in the minus Z, we could do it as easily.
Okay, Vance, we'll think about whether we need to do any more and let you know.
Okay. It's unbelievable how simple it is when you have a bright star. We had it done in less than 5 minutes.
Well, great. Realized it was very frustrating before.
Hey, Roy?
Yes, sir.
He come to look at the dump and give me an approximate time for dump complete, and I'll set a timer for it. It's going to be a long time.
Okay, stand by. Columbia, Houston, Bob, you can set your timer for 5 minutes.
85, yeah, that's what I figured out. Figured about 80, but that's a long time to worry about, so I'll set a timer.
Good idea. Columbia, Houston, verify DAP Bravo 5, deadband for attitude.
Okay, we'll check it.
Columbia, Houston, we're 1 minute LOS, and we'll be seeing you in the car about 23 after the hour. One reminder on doing the PAM ASE thermal test, we want to make sure you do it on both of the spacecraft ASE.
Okay, we've got that, Roy, and we'll see you at the car.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal. Next station is Dakar in 2.5 minutes. At 1 day, 21 hours, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 22 minutes mission elapsed time. We're standing by for acquisition through Dakar. This is the breakfast hour aboard Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, with you at Dakar for 7.5 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear.
Vance, if it's not inconvenient to you, we'd like for you to leave one of your forward ADIs selected to inertial.
Okay, that'll be easy. We'll leave the left one on inertial.
Okay, thank you. And Columbia, Houston, Vance, we're going to use Spec 1 again. We see you already have it called up. I'll let you know when we're finished.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, we're finished with CRT 1, Spec 1.
Roger, Houston. Well, we're having a little breakfast up here, Roy. Probably early breakfast Houston time.
Well, we just got a go from our monitor here that we're okay to have an early lunch.
You guys been working a long time.
What's on the menu today?
Scrambled eggs. Bob said something about just getting them loose all over the middeck. I guess we'll have to see how many of them we actually eat here. Hey, this has got to be the world's biggest challenge. The scrambled eggs weren't quite dehydrated or rehydrated enough, and we had them on cooking a little bit. Maybe a little bit too long while I was doing that IMU line. I opened up the bag, and I'm getting some in my mouth, but it is unbelievable the amount of egg we got all over the middeck right at the moment.
Well, it actually sounds pretty good. I guess the guy that's drawing the cleanup detail today is not too happy about it, though.
I think I'm that guy today, though. Yeah, serves him right. Just coming over the coast of Africa now, and we can see the Sahara and all the streaked sands from strong winds. Really reddish sands, quite interesting. Oh, Roy, wish me luck. I'm going to try the sausage now.
Yeah, we're just commenting down here, Bob. Scrambled eggs and sausage sounds a lot better than bologna sandwiches.
Well, these are very good. I guarantee it.
I'm sure Rita will be very happy to hear that.
I mean, she doesn't believe me because she knows I'm a chow hound anyway, Roy.
Columbia, Houston, we're about 30 seconds LOS. See you at Indian Ocean at 42, and don't burn the toast, Bob.
He does, White. We got a lot more. I swear there's enough food to keep us up here a month. That's the best idea Vance has had all day. Let's stay a month.
Well, we'll look into it, but probably be getting you home on Tuesday. Got a lot of folks here anxious to have you back.
Just want the airplane back, that's all. Roy, don't we have to wait till the lake bed dries out?
No, too bad. John wants to get that thing cleaned up for his flight.
They won't have all the scrambled eggs up by his flight. See you at Indian Ocean.
See ya.
This is shuttle control. The car has loss of signal. Next station is the Indian Ocean station in 10.5 minutes. Bob Overmeyer has had an accident with the scrambled eggs, and he says they're floating all over the middeck. He did comment that the eggs and the sausage are very good. The reference to Rita is to Rita Rapp, who has been working and planning astronaut meals and menus for many years here at the Johnson Space Center. Vance Brand gave a brief description of the Sahara Desert as Columbia crossed the coast of Africa. At 1 day, 21 hours, 33 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 42 minutes mission elapsed time. We have acquisition through the Indian Ocean Station.
Columbia, Houston with you at Indian Ocean for 7 minutes.
Okay, we're just crossing over in the Indian Ocean and loud and clear.
Okay, you came in very weak that time. Might try one more time.
Okay, we're hearing you loud and clear.
Okay, well, I can hear you, Vance, and it may be our comm problem. We'll leave you alone while you have your breakfast, okay?
Okay. Roy, can you read me? This is Joe, over.
Yeah, I heard you 5 by initially, Joe, and then you faded out. Let us check our comm down here.
Okay, give a call. Roy, are you there now?
Yes, sir, I hear you 5 by now.
I spent the last 5 minutes wrestling with the heat with a food warmer, and I think it's winning. You've got as many rehydratables in heat as we had for breakfast this morning. It just becomes a handful of everything, and it's
You mean as far as the amount of time it takes to get everything warmed up?
what I mean is that the packages won't stay in there neatly. When you get the 8 ounces of water in the coffees, they expand so much that they don't want to sit down into the matting right. So every time you open up the heat with a food warmer, you got to have 5 hands because they all come floating out. And man, it is just a wrestling match, and you're floating in the middle of the mid-deck wrestling with the food warmer, and it wins every time.
Okay, we have visions of that now, and it sounds a little sort of funny, unless you're the one responsible for putting it all back in.
Well, that's kind of my reaction. It's funny as the devil if you're watching somebody do it, but when you have to do it yourself, it's very frustrating.
Right. Hey, I noticed somebody up on the flight deck. If there's somebody there, we'd like to have a GNC Spec 1 again for some more variable parameters. We're getting some data for the COASCAL.
Hey, we'll give it to you. That's at work, Roy. And Roy, a question. On your teleprinter message this morning, I'm assuming you'd like pictures of the port pod and the little chips of tiles that we see there. Is that correct? And you want that on the VTR dumped to you shortly?
Stand by, Joe, and I'll recheck that.
Okay, I just need a time about when you want the VTR that down. I've got about 1 minute of it. It's pretty clear, and I think nothing to worry about, but for completeness, would be pleased to send it down to you.
Okay, Joe, your description is exactly what we want, and we're setting up to take it at Mila on the next pass. And we've got a Mila ALS next time of 22 hours and 44 minutes. Well, thank you very much for the music. I think we got a ways to go before we're going to turn that into a good high-fidelity transmitting instrument. We've got you set up for both Goldstone and Mila next time, so we got plenty of time to catch your dump. Goldstone is 2238 AOS.
Okay, very good. And Roy, tell the PAO people if they don't like the music, they ought to just turn that channel off.
Okay, Joe, I think they copied, and we'll be going LOS here in just a moment. We'll see you at Yarga D at 58.
Roger that.
This is Shuttle Control. Columbia is out of range of the Indian Ocean Station now. Next acquisition through Yargady in 7.5 minutes. During the next pass over the continental United States, beginning about 51 minutes from now, 4:57 a.m. Central Standard Time. We expect some television from Columbia. This will be a dump from the videotape recorder aboard Columbia of the OMS pod survey that was shot yesterday. Bob Overmeyer indicating he's having somewhat of a problem with the food warmer. When he opens it, all the rehydratable packages float out. He has to catch them and stuff them back in the food warmer. At 1 day, 21 hours, 52 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 21 hours, 58 minutes, mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition of Columbia through Yargady.
Columbia Houston, with you at Yargady for 8 minutes. And you're loud and clear. Go ahead. You can have it. Roger, Vance.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead.
All right, sometime today we'll probably, if you don't mind, we'll probably record onto one of the ICOM loops some habitability comments that we're trying to pull together here for distribution to the appropriate people and then for our post-flight. Which ICOM loop would you prefer, ICOM Alpha or ICOM Bravo?
Stand by and we'll check. Columbia Houston, we're about 20 seconds LOS. We'll pick you up at Aurora in about 1 minute. And in answer to your question, Bob, you can put it on either ICOM loop. Just tell us which one and when you do it for our use in tracking where it is on the dump.
Super.
Columbia Houston with you through Aurora for 2 minutes.
Okay, Houston, Columbia loud and clear.
Okay, Vance, I hear you. You're weak again.
Roger, I'll check my batteries here. Give me the PLT, Roy.
Columbia Houston.
Hey, Roy.
Columbia Houston, the water dump will be over a little earlier than what your timer is set for. We show it'll be finished in 5 minutes.
Okay, Roy, I see that too. We're down 15% right now. How's my comm, Roy? How do you read me?
Well, I'm just barely picking you up, Bob, and could be our problem here on the ground. We show a good signal strength coming down from you, but we're not receiving it on the console. Columbia Houston, a reminder on the ASE thermal test. We haven't seen any indication that you started it, and we'll see you at Buckhorn at 36.
This is Shuttle Control. Aurora has loss of signal with Columbia. Next acquisition through the Buckhorn station in California in 25 minutes. During this pass, this next pass over the United States, we will have a videotape recorder dump from Columbia of the OMS pod survey. At 1 day, 22 hours, 11 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 22 hours, 35 minutes, mission elapsed time. We're standing by for acquisition through Buckhorn. Approximately 2 minutes after acquisition there, we will acquire the Goldstone station and have capability to dump the videotape recorder. Joe Allen indicating about 1 minute's worth of tape on that recorder of the Ohms pod survey. Following the tape dump, there is a possibility we may get some live television from the payload bay cameras.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Buckhorn.
Roger, Houston, loud and clear. And Houston, we've completed the hot fire test. It went well. No anomalies. We are set up for the VRCS single engine soak back, and we deselected R2D and R3D.
Okay, Vance, looks like you got a good configuration here. And Vance, could you ask Joe or Bill to give us some words on the thermal soak back, or not thermal soak back, but the ASE PAM heater test?
Bob, this is Joe. The data take for the ANAC is now in process. It should finish in about 1 minute. And as a matter of fact, there's my 5-minute alarm right now. You just have 5 minutes of data on your recorder at this moment for ANAC, and 5 minutes previous to that, I recorded the thermal data for the SBS. And check it out, and if it's okay, we'll press on.
Okay, Joe, that's mighty fine. We've got the data.
Okay, I'd be curious if it shows you anything different than you expect.
Okay, we'll get back to you if we see any anomalies.
Roger.
Columbia, this is Houston. We recommend auto on the DAP.
Roger, Otto.
Columbia, Houston, we're configured and we've got Goldstone acquisition now, so we're ready to start the VTR.
Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Okay, Joe, we've got the ground configured and everything. We're ready for the VTR dump if you're ready.
Okay, stand by. Okay, Bob, you should be seeing just a trace of a water dump. I don't know if you have any white particles showing in this scene or not. It's going to end in just a moment, and you'll get a close-up, as good as we can do, of the Ohms pod. There it is. It's on the port side, and you'll see the two triangular-shaped tiles that are chipped off. They don't look particularly serious from here, even through the binoculars. I'm assuming that's what you wanted to see a close-up of. Over.
Joe, we didn't have any TV at all. In fact, we still don't have any TV downlink.
Okay, stand by.
Okay, Joe, we're LOS at Goldstone now. We'll have to get it at Mila.
Okay, Bob, that may have been my error. Let me give it to you at Mila.
Okay, mighty fine. In Columbia, we're 20 seconds to LOS. We'll pick you up at Mila at 4-4.
Okay. Okay, Bob, and I'll be transmitting when you come up. I'm sorry that I missed that one.
Okay, no problem. Columbia, this is Houston with you through Mila.
Houston, loud and clear.
Okay, Columbia, we're getting the downlink now on the TV.
Okay, Bob, and how much time do you have here?
Oh, we've got a pretty good bit, Joe. We've got 5 minutes at Mila.
Okay, this is the lead-in. It may be a little bit more of the water dump than you want, but you should get the others shortly. I'd be interested. Do you see water specks at all in this?
No, Joe, I really can't see anything. We're just seeing the Terminator crossing the screen now.
And they're the two missing parts of tiles. You should see it very clearly now.
Yeah, we got a good picture on that.
And that's the end of the dump, Bob.
Okay, Joe, that was a good picture. You can practically read the numbers on the tile from here.
That's good. I'll give you some live TV if you want it right now.
That'd be super.
One.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bob, I'm going to be real careful. I don't want to look into the sun. Look at that.
Joe, you think you might get some earth in the background for us on this shot?
Bob, I'm afraid to look. The sun is right there. Hang on just a second. You'll see the horizon come now, with the sun coming up. And the very bright lines on the right side of the vertical stabilizer.
Yeah, we got a good shot on it, Joe.
Okay, I'm going to come over a little more. Sure looks like a lot of dry area down there. Where are we over right now, Bob?
Should be just crossing Florida.
Okay, well that's just the cloud deck then with the red sun. Sun's going to be up shortly. We see it on the horizon. What's that?
That's a real pretty picture, Joe. Too bad you can't see it in color, huh? Too bad we can't see it for real.
We don't mind the monitor being black and white. It's hard for us to keep our eyes on the monitor. Breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking. There are many, many bands of blue in the atmosphere before it touches the Earth, and it probably looks like just a small ribbon to you. Bob?
We can't really see your bands of blue, Joe, but we got a real good picture, a good horizon.
Okay, I'm going to pan it up now and let you look at the straight down, if you have a few more minutes.
Yes, sir, we should have a few more minutes.
Bob? Houston, ECLSS redundant component check is complete. Everything looks good.
Okay, Vance, we copy.
And we're looking right down on Atlantic Ocean now, Robert. It looks pretty cloudy up ahead.
Yeah, Joe, we're seeing a bright white spot on the left center of the picture. Could you give us a hint of what that might be?
Yes, I think it's a secondary reflection in the lens of the camera itself, Bob. Because let me pan it to the right, and you'll see it move. Yeah, it moves, and now it's out of the picture a little bit, out of our monitor picture, but it's secondary reflection in the TV camera. We're coming real close to looking into the sun, so we're cutting it pretty fine up here.
Okay, we're getting kind of weak on Mila. We're going through a Mila keyhole, and we'll lose TV signal here.
Okay, we'll show you some more later if you keep the TV links up.
Okay, sir. We'll do it. And Columbia, this is Houston. A reminder, we'd like to get the DFI power up so we can check your tire pressures here. Columbia, Houston, we'd like to get a GNC Spec 1 again, please.
Okay, you have the Spec 1 and the DFI power-up is complete.
Okay, Vance, and just a word to you on the PAM ASC thermal test. Looks like ANIC is holding about 36 degrees and SPS is holding about 26. Everything looks fine.
Okay, real good.
Columbia, Houston, variable parameters are on board again. You can have that Spec 1 back.
Thank you. Houston, Columbia. Houston, Columbia, how do you read?
You're loud and clear.
Hey, Bob was going through the STS-5 message board down there. I noted the appointment I missed at 6:15 on Tuesday. I was wondering if you could check, and I've done a whole bunch of no-handed push-ups downstairs. See if we can count those, will you?
I'll check on it, but that sounds like a flaky substitute.
Oh, no. A lot of hard work, babe.
In Columbia, we're 20 seconds to LOS. Dakar is next at 2258.
How'd you see that?
This is Shuttle Control. Columbia is out of range at Bermuda. Next station is Dakar in 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Vance Brand reporting during this pass over the United States that the reaction control system test went well. Also the tests on the vernier engine, the small RCS engine. We got a look at the videotape recorder dump, which showed parts of 2 tiles missing from the ohms pod. And then we had a period of live television of the payload bay and some Earth views, with Joe Allen describing a sunrise. Columbia is in orbit number 32 now, and at 1 day, 22 hours, 56 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 22 hours, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Dakar.
Columbia, this is Houston through Dakar.
Houston, we're reading you loud and clear.
Okay, Vance, we got a pretty long pass here, about 9 minutes. And we're through with the DFI power, so you can get those signal conditioners off if you desire, or run your tire pressures through the computer here.
That'll work. Roger.
And got a comment for Joe. Joe, on your TV stuff, the only scheduled TV for the remainder of the day is Hawaii on Rev 38. Takes us about an hour to an hour and a half to set up a site for TV, so if you've got something that you want to dump, give us that much notice.
Okay, Bob, I understand. The Rev 38, that's in addition to the planned TV pass, is that correct?
That is the planned TV pass, Joe.
Well, okay, we'll have it set up according to the checklist, and as I understand it, that's live TV, and we'll put the rest on tape.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Roger, Bob, we'd like to ask for a PMC at Yargity.
Okay, PMC at Yargity. Vance, this is Houston.
And?
Yeah, I'll be advised Yargity is a UHF-only site, and we really can't assure privacy on that conference. That's your next shot at a good assured privacy on that conference is Hawaii.
Okay, let's do it there.
Okay, we'll do.
Hey, Bob, we've got the runway at Dakar spotted right now. We can see it visually, Bob, with the naked eye.
Well, that's good. As long as we're seeing it from this altitude, I hope we never have to see it closer.
Drink to that.
From the looks of our plot board here in mission control, looks like you're just about flying down an ascent trajectory, so you might want to look a little further down track.
Sure.
We'll do that.
Good idea.
Columbia, Houston, we're about 5 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you next through Yargady.
Yeah.
This is Shuttle Control. Dakar has lost a signal. Columbia's next acquisition through Yargady, Australia in about 9 minutes. Oh, Yargady is about 25 and a half minutes. There's a very low elevation pass at Botswana in about 9 minutes, but elevation is so low that we will not acquire there. Yargady in about 25 minutes. Crew reporting they could see the runway at Dakar Airport. That was their transatlantic abort runway on launch. And Van Sprand has requested a private medical conference. That conference will be scheduled at Hawaii in about 51 minutes. At 1 day, 23 hours, 9 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 1 day, 23 hours, 34 minutes mission elapsed time. We're processing Columbia data through Yargady now.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Yargady.
Roger, Houston, loud and clear.
Okay, Vance, we're ready for those UHF long counts. Are you ready to give them to us?
Okay, starting out first on 259.7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Bob, have FAO make a note, if you would, please, for videotape. Cassette number 19 is starting with a TV test that shows how much scattered light or reflected light winds up down in the payload bay as the sun sets over the gunnel of the orbiter.
Okay, Joe, we copy that.
Okay, again, same frequency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 7, or 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over.
Okay, Vance, we copy that, and we're ready for 296.8.
Okay, I'll switch and wait a minute.
Hey, Vance, we're configured 296.8.
Okay, starting count. 296.8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over. Okay, Columbia starting another count. 296.8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over.
Okay, Vance, we got good copy on both of those counts, and I guess we can go back to 259.7 now.
Okay.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're 30 seconds to LOS at Yargady. Hawaii will be next at 1 minute past the hour, and we'll be setting you up for a PMC at Hawaii.
Okay, Bob, we copy that. Thank you.
This is Shuttle Control. Columbia is over the center of Australia now, out of range at Yargity. Does not go within the range of the auroral station on this orbit. The next station is Hawaii in 17.5 minutes. At 1 day, 23 hours, 43 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days mission elapsed time. Columbia is locked onto the station at Hawaii now. Crew is engaged in a private medical conversation with flight surgeons. We'll stand by for any air-ground conversation that might occur at Hawaii after the private medical comm. This is Shuttle Control. Hawaii has had a loss of signal. Next acquisition through Buckhorn in 1.5 minutes. We'll stand by.
Columbia Houston with you through Buckhorn and Mila for 19.5 minutes.
Okay, Roy, we copy.
Roger, and we copy you 5 by.
And Roy, is the teleprinter message one of many to come, or can I take this out now?
Columbia Houston, we have a weather message coming. Columbia Houston.
Go ahead, Houston. How do you read?
Okay, you're 5 by, and Joe, if you all have finished making your habitability comments on the recorder, we'd like to know which loop and when you started that.
Roy, understand habitability comments on recorder, and I didn't follow what you said next.
Roger, understood you all were going to put comments on a recorder. If you've already done it, we just wanted to know when and what loop.
Haven't done it yet, Roy, and I'll catch you. I'll let you know as soon as I do it. I'm writing my notes right now, and I'll get those to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. And we're in no big rush. Just wanted to get working on it if you'd already finished.
And by the way, I just ran the treadmill, and by my calculations, I ran about 3,600 miles. So with that one item on my STS message board, will you contact the proper people and get me credit for that 6:15 appointment?
Okay, Bob, we'll give it a try. Hank said he ran 8,000. You got a ways to go.
Last time I looked, it was only a 3-mile run.
Roger.
And Roy, are you all sending up just a single teleprinter message? If so, I'll go ahead and post it.
That's affirmative. Only one message on the weather.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You might be interested, just...
And you dropped out, Bob. Say again.
Set up again. It seems to be right along that upper door edge. It must be cold or something.
Okay, Bob, I'm sorry about it, but we went through a keyhole there. We didn't know about, so you have to give us that again.
I just want to tell you that we had to mop up a lot of excess water coming up around the Lyle door. It looks like it's condensation right along the cold beam there at the Lyle door marks down on, and it was enough that when I was running the treadmill, it kept spurting as the door would go up and down. It kept skirting up water. I think we got it mopped up pretty well. It's probably due to our cold attitude, you think?
Well, we'll think about that and let you know.
We didn't have it earlier, so this just started from last night.
Okay, Bob. Columbia, Houston. Bob, we'll keep an eye on the water quantity levels for you, and we'd like for you to keep an eye on the amount of condensate that builds up in that area, and let us know about it.
Well, we'll keep you posted. Right now it's all dry. We got it all mopped up pretty well.
Roger, understand. Columbia, Houston, we're 1 minute LOS. We'll see you at Dakar at 3:05, and like to know if somebody's running the treadmill right now.
Negative.
Okay.
Trying to find my coffee with cream, and I can't find it.
Can't find your what?
Coffee with cream.
Oh, okay.
This is Shuttle Control. Bermuda has loss of signal. Next station is Dakar in 4 minutes. During this pass, Bob Overmeyer completed an exercise period. He calculated he ran 3,600 miles on the treadmill and wants to ensure he gets proper credit for that. He reported seeing some water around the lithium hydroxide canister compartment. That was mopped up. Not quite sure where that water comes from, whether it's condensate or something else. The ECOM reports he sees no evidence of a water tank leak. They're continuing to watch that situation. After the mop-up, the area is still dry now, Overmeyer reported. We'll stand by for acquisition through Dakar in about 2.5 minutes. And at 2 days, 32 minutes mission elapsed time, this is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Dakar for 11 minutes.
Hey, Bob, we got you.
Yeah, you're 5x2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Shuttle Control, 2 days, 36 minutes mission elapsed time. We have acquisition through Dakar.
And Roy, Columbia, how do you mean?
I read you 5x, Bob. How me?
Okay, I'm doing the work on at 0040 on the helium press rig swaps.
Roger.
I've just taken helium press Bravo on the aft right RCS to open and GPC. I assume you want that done, and all those concerns prior to the launch are gone away. Is that firm?
Okay, Bob, we don't have any concern anymore. I'd like for you to follow the cap.
Okay. Roy, I'm starting on the step 1 of the PRSD performance step for the cap.
Okay, Bob, we copy that. Columbia, Houston, 1 minute LOS. See you at Botswana at 51.
Okay, Roy. See you then, Roy. Thank you.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. Columbia has moved out of range of ascension. Next station is Botswana in 4.5 minutes. at 2 days, 46 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Columbia Houston with you through Botswana for 6.5 minutes.
Okay, Roy, we copy.
And you're 5 by. Columbia Houston, we're 30 seconds LOS, and we'll see you at Yargadee at 10 after.
Okay, Roy. We look forward to it.
Okay.
This is Shuttle Control. Botswana has loss of signal with Columbia. Next acquisition is Yargadee in 12 minutes. At 2 days, 58 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
Columbia Houston with you through Yargadee for 7.5 minutes.
Roger.
This is Shuttle Control. We're processing Columbia data through Yargadee now.
Houston, Columbia with a question.
Go ahead.
I'm coming up on step 2 of the PRSD performance power-up. And the only question is, do we do that power-up even if the pressures are not down yet, or do I wait until the pressures get down, or do I do it on time?
Columbia Houston, you can do it whichever one comes first, either the pressure limit or the time limit.
Okay, I got that now. And looking ahead, Roy, we'll never do step 3. We'll end up doing the L5D firing to substitute for step 3. Is that affirmed?
That's affirmative.
Okay. I think we only simmed this page one time, and it's a little hazy. And I'm going upstairs to start the power up there, Roy.
Okay, good, Bob. We'll be watching. Well, I guess we won't. Don't have any data until we hit Hawaii. Columbia Houston, we're about 30 seconds LOS. We'll see you at Hawaii at 35. We may pick you up for about a minute at Guam at 25.
Okay, we got it.
This is Shuttle Control. Columbia's out of range at Yargadee. Next acquisition through Guam in 6.5 minutes. Dr. Sam Poole, Chief of the Medical Sciences Division at JSC, has issued a medical summary that we'll give you now. He reports that from the medical point of view, this mission has progressed pretty much as expected. Generally good health and excellent performance. 2 of the crew have experienced some brief episodes of space sickness and have taken medications for space sickness. 1 of the crew members has completely adapted and has no more symptoms. 1 continues to have some symptoms. Dr. Poole will be available at the change of shift news conference. That conference currently scheduled for 8:50 a.m. Central Standard Time. If that time changes, we will notify you on this loop as soon as a new time is known. Currently, the change of shift is scheduled for 8:50 a.m. Central Standard Time in the briefing room at the JSC News Center. Participants in that conference will be Flight Director Tommy Holloway and Dr. Sam Poole. at 2 days, 1 hour, 20 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston. This is Shuttle Control at 2 days, 1 hour, 24 minutes mission elapsed time. Standing by for acquisition through Guam on the very end of orbit number 33. Orbit 34 will begin during the Guam pass.
Columbia Houston with you at Guam for 1 minute. We have nothing to pass. We'll be standing by.
Yeah, I've got something. When we brought on the ab bay fans and the cabin fans, the redundant ones to get the load up, we got caution warnings on them because of the high double Ps. And so we shut them off, and I swapped out to get the 19 kW. I've got the mist-listen radar altimeter on. I figured if you had the tachyon on, you wouldn't care if you had those other two on either. So those are on, and that's what's giving me my 19 kW right now.
Roger.
I also just turned on the food warmer to try and get it up a little bit.
Roger. Columbia, we're going LOS. We'll see you at Hawaii at 3-5.
Roger, sir.
This is Shuttle Control. Guam has loss of signal. Next acquisition through Hawaii in 8 minutes. At 2 days, 1 hour, 28 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Control, Houston.
This is Mission Control, Houston. We're in acquisition at the Hawaii tracking station on orbit 34. And brief dropout, and we'll be stateside for a fairly complete pass across the stations in the continental United States.
Columbia, this is Houston with you for 8 minutes through the beautiful Sandwich Islands.
Roger that, Houston. This is Columbia with you. And Houston, Bob's making some habitability comments on intercom Bravo.
Okay, Joe, copy ICOM B. Do you know when he started them?
Oh, about 5 minutes ago, Bob, and he'll be at it for a few more minutes. They're there for later on when you want them.
Okay, we'll start looking on the tape then at about 1:31 or so, and we'll listen until it goes away.
Bob, I started about 2 days, 1 hour, and 30 minutes MET. I'm just worried that if you're dumping ICOM B now, can I continue recording on it?
Yeah, Bob, you can go ahead and continue recording. We'll back it up on the Ops 1 recorder.
Okay, Bob.
This is Houston. We are 20 seconds to LOS at Hawaii. Buckhorn will be next at 0145.
Hey, we also turned on some. I mentioned those caution warnings, and I think we're going to just delay on the caution warning enunciator test and the fire suppression test for a little while. We'll catch those later today.
Okay, Bob, we copy that, and that'd be no problem.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii, about a minute away from the Buckhorn station in California. Columbia crew now involved in the power reactant supply and distribution stratification test. That is some testing of the cryogenic hydrogen and oxygen storage aboard Columbia. Part of the test involves loading everything you can onto the electrical power distribution system, the kitchen stove, the porch lights, everything, to try to get the load up to in excess of 19 kilowatts. It's now showing a total of 19.16 kilowatts on all three fuel cells. The Crew activity plan calls for that load to remain on the electrical system for approximately 3 hours. It's one of the detailed test objectives of this flight. We have data coming in from Buckhorn now for the next 8 minutes.
Columbia, this is Houston with you through Buckhorn and Goldstone.
Roger, we copy, Bob. Bob, I'm still recording on ICOM B. It'll be another minute here.
Okay, Bob, appreciate you letting us know when you get through, because we're running Ops Recorder 1 to track this stuff.
Hey, one more comment. That's all the...
Columbia, you were kind of broken there and short. Are you finished recording?
Yeah, Bob, I'm all done right now, and the last comment just finished, and the last comment, if you're trying to find it on the tape, talks about bungees. And we did have one interruption in the middle, whoever's going to listen to that, where we talked a few minutes, so you got to listen all the way through until you... The last thing I talk about is the bungees.
Okay, Bob, we copy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Columbia.
Hey, could you ask Rita how many coffees with cream she put on board? I can't find any.
Okay, we'll check with Rita.
It's all a plot. The guy's hit it on me and I can't find it.
Bob, this lack of coffee with cream sounds like one of your major anomalies. We've got half the Mocha working on it right now.
I wish they'd solve it. I think the guys hit him on me. I think that's what happened. We got coffee black, and we got coffee with cream and sugar, and we got it all around, but I don't have any coffee with cream. But that's all right, Bob. The tough will persevere.
Columbia, this is Houston.
Oh.
I have good news, Bob. Your coffee with cream, there should be 12 of them, and overwrap 2, and MF14H.
14H, overwrap 2. Well, I searched that this morning.
Columbia, this is Houston. We're 1 minute to a short LOS here, about 1 minute between Buckhorn and Mila. And the ascent entry team is signing off. Turning you over to the orbit guys. See you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks a lot, Bob. Be advised, I can't find overwrap 2. I think they hit it on me.
I'm sorry, sir. We can't control what your crew does to you.
Yeah, I guess I've lost control.
And Columbia, Houston, the orbit team is with you now.
Gotcha.
We've got about 6 minutes left here at the Mila Pass.
Hey, Mike. Things are going well. We're in the middle of a meal.
Roger. We'll try to be quiet here. We got plenty of coffee down here, so we're all fine.
Well, you're doing better than me.
So we understand.
Somewhere in this spacecraft is about 10 more coffees with cream.
Roger, maybe the sponge ate them.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, we still haven't found that one sponge package, so maybe that's right. And Mike, if you don't mind, I'll amplify a little bit on that recording. The idea of recording the habitability comments was to let you guys contact any of the habitability engineers that may be of interest, and maybe I generated a question or two. I tried to debrief everything I could think of, and there may be a question or two in their minds. Basically, everything up here is working real fine, and I'm mildly kind of little picky little things, nothing major.
Roger, Bob, we're anxious to listen to that, and we'll get back to you if we have any questions.
How's the weather in Houston today?
Roger. The weather here in Houston's a little bit cooler than it has been. It's in about the low 50s right now, and kind of clear outside.
Super. If you got any news, we're just sitting here trying to eat some barbecue beef. We'd be happy to listen to anything that might be of interest.
Roger, Bob. The big news down here is that the Space Shuttle successfully deployed a couple satellites in the last couple days.
Other than that, probably too early. Any further word on the transfer orbits of those satellites?
Stand by on that one. And Columbia, Houston, the apogee kick today on the SPS should come at about 10:20 MET this afternoon.
Oh, good show.
And you'll be glad to hear the SRBs are still floating, still being towed in to port. Should arrive sometime this afternoon.
Good. You may be interested in what I'm doing, Mike. You really feel like when you're eating, you like to get your whole body kind of restrained, like your head and shoulders and everything. So I've got my feet up on about the 4th step of the ladder, and my neck jammed against the bulkhead right above ML31 Charlie. It makes a perfect place. I'm sitting here eating my barbecue beef with a kind of a picnic.
Okay, we copy. We'll have to take your word that that's comfortable.
It's the first time we all agree that Bob is shown restraint when he eats.
Roger, we copy that. And Columbia, Houston, we're 40 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Ascension at 2+15. And Bob gave us a good idea on a barbecue. We're getting our orders together for Petey's this afternoon.
Okay, well, I'll tell you, what we've got is awful good up here.
Roger, we'll pass that along to Rita.
These guys that say you lose your appetite in space are not chow hounds like me, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I can believe that, Bob.
I rest my case.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal through the Merritt Island launch area tracking station. About 12 minutes away from reacquisition at Ascension Island. The crew currently in the noon meal. Bob Overmeyer having some difficulty locating the pouches of coffee with cream. He claims it's a conspiracy by his shipmates to hide his coffee and cream. He did make the comment that the food on board is very good, speaking as what he described as an old chow hound, and he wanted the Capcom to pass along our thanks to Rita, meaning Rita Rapp, who is the JSC nutritionist in the food lab. Acquisition through Ascension, 11 minutes away. At day 2, 2 hours, 4 minutes. Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. Columbia has now been acquired by the Ascension Island tracking station for the next 6 minutes.
Columbia, Houston, we're standing by through Ascension for 6.5 minutes.
Roger, Brian, we copy.
And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Botswana at 2+26.
Okay, Mike.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Ascension. 3 minutes away from reacquisition through Botswana Voice Relay Station in South Africa. Off-going Flight Director Tommy Holloway is scheduled to have his change of shift press conference at 8:40 Central Standard Time in the JSC News Center. He will be accompanied by Chief Flight Surgeon Dr. Sam Poole. The flight director is now leaving the control center, headed toward Building 2. 2 minutes away from reacquisition at Botswana.
Columbia, Houston, we're standing by through Botswana for 7.5 minutes.
Roger.
Mike, you got any other suggestions of anything we can turn on to get the loads up? I notice, I guess, down to 19 kW. Anything else we can get on? We don't want to turn those fans in that we had on because they're giving us alarms.
Okay, we'll take a look at that.
Mike, we're getting set up for the glow experiment. There's quite a lot of gear to assemble, and we're getting that ready. As we ride along here on primary thrusters, if you brace yourself against the orbiter and a thruster fires, you can feel the orbiter vibrate long after the thruster's gone off. I'd guess 3 or 4 seconds, and it seems to vibrate about 3 or 4 hertz vibrations. It's most interesting.
Okay, Joe, that's from primary thrusters. Thank you.
Mike, well, we're just eating and getting ready here. I just can't say how much that long sim helped us prepare for this. With the exception of the floating back and forth instead of walking, I feel like I've been through all this before.
Roger, Bob, we sure agree with that.
Amazing how everything is, everything is operating just like it did in the long sim. I don't know, we'll get our heads together on this thing, but I'll tell you, I think there's room for a few more any time up here on this thing. 4 of us are having no problems at all.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Sometimes it gets crowded is when there's something big in the aft window and or up in the top windows and all 4 want to look at the same time.
Roger, Bob, and we'd like to leave the loads right where they are. Things are looking good.
Okay, I'm sorry I can't get it up to 19, but those fans were tripping the caution warning. That was just very annoying.
And Columbia, Houston, Bob, when the circ pumps come on, that pushes our loads way up there, and the average is about what we'd like.
Okay.
And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Yargady at 2+49.
Michael?
Columbia, Houston, with you through Yargady for 1 minute. Over.
Okay, Mike, we copy.
Got you loud and clear. And Columbia, Houston, we're going LOS in 15 seconds. We'll talk to you through Guam at 2+58.
Mission Control Houston, 30 seconds away from acquisition of Columbia through Guam for a fairly lengthy pass. Standing by for data and voice.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Guam for 8 minutes.
Roger, Houston, this is Columbia.
Roger, Joe, we read you loud and clear. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS, and we'll talk to you through Hawaii at 3+12, and a reminder, you've got a PMC scheduled at Hawaii.
Roger, we are aware of that, and we'll be seeing you in Hawaii.
Roger.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal in Guam. Hawaii coming up in 5 minutes, at which is scheduled in the flight plan the private medical conversation with the flight surgeon. So we may or may not have any live air ground at that pass. Day 2, 3 hours, 6 minutes, Mission Control, Houston.
And Columbia, Houston, we've got you about a minute and a half through Hawaii here.
Okay, we're starting to set up for the VRCS test. I just want to confirm that the minus pitch is to last for 2 minutes and 5 seconds.
All right, we confirm that. It's 2 minutes and 5 seconds at minus pitch.
Thank you.
And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds for a short LOS here. We'll talk to you through the States at 3+21.
Okay, see you there.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Buckhorn for 7.5 minutes, over.
Roger, understand.
And we've got a couple notes for you when you get a chance.
Okay, we're set. We're burning the verniers now, or the vernier.
Roger, we see that, and we're going to go LOS for about 4 minutes, call you through Mila.
Roger.
Columbia, Houston, we're with you through Mila for 3 minutes.
Roger, Houston, and the vernier test is complete.
We copy, Vance. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you through Ascension at 3+52.
Okay, see you there.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal through Merritt Island launch area. Tracking station on orbit 35. Ascension Island, next station in 16 minutes. At which time the crew will begin power down of the performance measurements of the power generating system aboard Columbia. Currently still drawing about 19.9 kilowatts, as practically every electrical appliance and system aboard the spacecraft is turned on to add a load to the system. We'll return in 15 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston. This is Mission Control. Columbia now acquired by the Ascension Island tracking station on orbit 35.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Ascension for 4 minutes.
Okay, Houston, loud and clear. We completed the radiators deploy. They were out at 3 hours, 48 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, we copy that, Vance. We've got a few notes for you when you have a chance.
We have a chance.
Oh, Roger.
reference the glow experiment, just for information, the terminator will be about a half a minute later than is indicated in the cap. And we'd like you to top off the water tank C and D by taking the supply water tank Bravo inlet valve to close on panel R12. We plan to leave it closed for approximately 1 hour. We'll give you a call when to reopen it. We're going to go ahead and top off tank C and D from 90 to about 95% here.
Okay, Mike is closed. Tank Bravo inlet closed. At this time, talkback closed.
Roger, Bob. A note here on water inspection under the mid-deck floor. When you get a chance, we'd like you to go down there and look under some panels. And referencing the IFM checklist, page 2-6, we'd like you to check for moisture underneath the following panels: MD23R and MD80R, two closeout panels, and then MD52M and MD54G, that's the LIO door there, and the slurper access panel at location MD20 India. And if you'd look under those and look at the wastewater tanks and the slurper there and report any moisture, and go ahead and mop it up, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, I got all the panels, but the second one you read, my lead broke just as I went to write it.
Okay, the second one was MD80R. That's 80R.
Okay, Mike Delta 80 Romeo, got it. And Mike, the radiator deploy times were nominal. Latch and deploy. Unlatch and deploy.
Okay, Vance, we got that. Thank you. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from an LOS. We'll talk you through Botswana at 4+02.
Roger, see you there.
This is Mission Control Houston, 30 seconds away now from reacquisition of Columbia through the Botswana, South Africa voice relay station. After the power down in the power generation system test, the kilowatt usage aboard Columbia is now down to 16 kilowatts.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Botswana for 7 minutes.
Okay, loud and clear, Mike.
Got you loud and clear, Vance. I know you're getting ready for the glow experiment. Last time we had data here, we saw both fans on still on Av Bay 1 and 2 from the PRSD experiment. We'd like to have turn A off in Av Bay 1 and B off in Av Bay 2, please.
Okay, they're off. Okay, Mike, and we're starting the maneuver 30 seconds later, so per what you said, so that'll be at 4 hours, 6 minutes, and 30 seconds.
Okay, Vance, we copied that. One other item of information for you, the cabin O2 message that you got a while ago was caused by the switch over from System 2 to 1, and System 1 reg's a little bit higher than System 2, so the reg tried to make it up all at one time.
Okay, yeah, we noticed it. We thought maybe it was normal, so we didn't say much.
Right, you can ignore that.
Mike, just a question. Anybody make anything out of that? Were you able to retrieve ICOM B on my report to you there?
That's affirmative, Bob. Came across real well, and the right people are listening to it now.
Super. Tell Dan Germany he does good work.
Okay, we'll pass that along.
Maneuver starting.
Roger, copy.
And Houston, the sun's rolling right over the top of us.
Okay, Joe, sounds like it's working right.
And the roll rate is 0.489, if that sounds good to you. We do have a little pitch and yaw, but I won't touch that. It's 0.028 pitch rate and 0.078 yaw rate.
Okay, Vance, we got those numbers.
And Mike, have not before. It really heats up the aft flight deck.
Okay, Joe, I understand it heats up the aft flight deck. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Guam at 4+34.
See you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Botswana, South Africa. Voice relay station for shuttle missions. Next station is Guam in about 23 minutes. Crew currently conducting the glow effect experiment. Performed a maneuver connected with that. At day 2, 4 hours, 10 minutes, Mission Control Houston. Mission Control Houston, we have acquisition of Guam at this time on the outset of orbit number 36.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Guam for 8 minutes.
Okay, Roger, Houston, and we're in the middle of the glow experiment.
Houston, Roger.
And Houston, please make a note for the experimenter that on the first photo sequence, the 35 millimeter, on the last sequence taken of 4 1¼ seconds, they were reversed in order.
Okay, Joe, we got that. Thank you.
And another comment, although I know the attitude rat does not matter too much, the error from the original attitude after the end of the roll is about roll -72, pitch -8, and yaw -78 degrees.
Okay, Vance, we got those numbers.
And Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Vance.
Roger, based on your call, we started the maneuver at 4 hours, 6 minutes, 30 seconds, and we observed spacecraft sunset exactly at 4 hours, 11 minutes, and that's when we started our elapsed timer, and we're basing photos on that.
Roger, we understand. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Hawaii at 4 + 4 8.
Okay, Mike, see you over Hawaii.
And Mike, just a note, the VTR is running and we're looking through cameras Charlie and Delta, and according to the monitors, they're not picking up any glow at all. Of course, it could be a lower level, and it might be going onto the tape, but there's no obvious indication that we're seeing it in the TV.
Okay, Joe, we understand. Thank you.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam. 5 minutes across the Pacific to reacquisition at Hawaii. About 1/4 the way through orbit number 36. The crew currently running the glow experiment, which in the test objectives list is called Investigation of STS Atmospheric Luminosity. In this particular investigation, the crew will be using, or is using, a combination of television camera and videotape recorder, 70mm Hasselblad cameras, and 35mm Nikon cameras to attempt to capture what appears to be something like a space version of St. Elmo's fire, where the some orbiter surfaces glow in the dark. The Nikon has an image intensifier, and which hopefully will boost the effective film speed to get some evidence of the glow. Joe Allen just reported at LOS Guam, near LOS Guam, that there was no joy in getting any kind of image on the videotape. Three minutes now away from reacquisition through Hawaii. At day 2, 4 hours, 44 minutes. Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston, we have acquisition through Hawaii at this time.
And Houston, you still there?
And Columbia, Houston, we're just coming over the hill here at Hawaii. We'll be with you for 8 minutes now. Go ahead.
Roger, we're finished with the experiment, maneuvering back to starboard sun.
Roger.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead.
Mike, we sort of intentionally put off 2 spacecraft tests at on page 4-41 on the cap at 1:45, the Annunciator caution warning lamp test and fire smoke. So I'm going to do those now. You see them happening, you'll know.
Okay, thanks for the warning. And Columbia, Houston, our tank C and D are full now. You can reopen supply Bravo inlet valve on R12.
Okay, in work.
And Columbia, Houston, we're about 50 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Buckhorn again in about 3 minutes. And Bob Slinger 1 down here, Dan Germany, would like to tell you thank you for the comments on WCS.
Okay, Bob's temporarily indisposed. We'll pass that on to him.
Roger.
He's continuing the testing, and Dan deserves the compliment.
Roger that. And Columbia, Houston, we're with you through Buckhorn for 3.5 minutes.
Roger, Houston, and a note on the fire smoke detector suppression test. We have one light that does not light up. That's System A, Ab Bay 3. All the other lights are okay.
Roger, we copy. System A, Av Bay 3 light. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from a long LOS. We'll talk to you again through Botswana at 5 + 3 8.
Okay, see you 5 + 3 8.
Mission Control Houston, loss of signal through Buckhorn. 34 minutes away from reacquisition through Ascension Island. The crew has completed the glow experiment and has maneuvered back to the nominal starboard to sun attitude. The fire and smoke detection test and the caution and warning lamp test that had been delayed from a couple hours ago has been completed. We'll return at Ascension Island in 34 minutes. Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Botswana for 7 minutes. Over.
Hey, we copy, and I've got some words for you on my water search.
Hey, go ahead, Bob.
Well, basically, the only place I saw any water underneath there at all was around the Y duct into the heat exchanger. And that's under that access tunnel you just get into real easy. And there's a couple joints that don't have proper or don't have sufficient insulation on them, and they both had a lot of water all around them. I wouldn't say a lot. They were just covered with a layer of water all around the joint. Suspect that water is migrating over there and coming up around the cryo canisters. At least that's my first guess. Looking back as far under as I could towards the tanks, I could see no water under tank Charlie or Delta, and I really couldn't see much water anywhere else except on the starboard side of the Lyle canister box. Looking down through the air vent screen, it looked like there was some water on the wiring down in that area, just a little bit. Again, I suspect all from the well, I don't know where it's from, but it doesn't look like there's a massive leak of water going on or anything like that.
Okay, we copied all that, Bob. That sounds like good news. And Columbia, Houston, if you get a free moment, we'd like to get you to amplify on the CRT-2 failure, how it looked prior to going blank, if you saw any distortion on the text when it was shifted.
Okay, if you can draw a line vertically on the CRT right down the middle, line horizontally right down the middle, making it into equal quadrants. 21, we're on there. Just fit that bottom left quadrant perfectly, and the other 3 quadrants were empty.
Okay, Bob, that's a good explanation. That really helps us out. It sounds like a DEU failure then.
Okay, sounds like a DEU, huh?
Roger, that's we were able to duplicate that down here, so that really helps.
All right, super. Looks to me like just a matter of getting behind that screen over there and swapping the cables. Is that correct?
Stand by a second, Bob. We're discussing it. And Columbia, Houston, Bob, we concur with that. It sounds like we'll be able to swap cables there with 2 and 4, and should fix the problem. We'll get back to you on that.
Hey, well, we're not planning on that until day 5, I don't believe.
That's affirmative. Roger, could you tell if the text that you could see, the timers and so forth, were they distorted or were the text numbers clear?
It was absolutely clear, Mike. You could read the CRT time, and in particular, I had System 1 up on there for a while on SM. I'll take that back. I had, you can see from the universal pointing, you can see the last half of the PTG. You can see all the numbers counting right, and you can see the current, future, and the asterisk on the track, and the row of 8 of the spec items 18, 19, and 20 and 21 were on there. Just fit that bottom left quadrant perfectly, and the other 3 quadrants were empty.
Okay, Bob, that's a good explanation. That really helps us out. It sounds like a DEU failure then.
Okay, sounds like a DEU, huh?
Roger, that's, we were able to duplicate that down here, so that really helps.
All right, super. Looks to me like just a matter of getting behind that screen over there and swapping the cables. Is that correct?
Stand by a second, Bob. We're discussing it. And Columbia, Houston, Bob, we concur with that. It sounds like we'll be able to swap cables there with 2 and 4 and should fix the problem. We'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, well, we're not planning on that until day 5, I don't believe.
That's affirmative. And Columbia, Houston, we're going to go through a short LOS here for about a minute, and we'll talk to you through iOS.
Okay, Mike.
And Columbia, Houston, we're back with you through iOS for 7 minutes.
Okay, Mike. How do you read us, Mike?
Go ahead.
How do you read us?
Okay, we've got you loud, a little bit garbled.
That, my friend, is the treadmill.
Okay, we copy the treadmill. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds to LOS. We'll talk to you again through Guam at 6 plus 12. And our barbecue sandwiches just arrived, Bob, so we're going to have those now.
Okay, Houston, we copy, and you should have seen this scene. They have set a new indoor record for speed and heart rate up to about 140 on the treadmill. Looked to me like he was going about 50 miles an hour, and every time he bounced, he'd splatter up tiny, tiny little droplets of water. So it's like being in a small rain shower on the mid-deck now.
Roger, we copy, Joe. Sounds like a good workout.
I hope it was one.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station on orbit 37, 36, nearing the end of 36. We're some 15 minutes away from reacquisition at Guam. Coming up on the noon meal period, and as the Capcom mentioned, some of the people here in the control room are munching out on barbecue sandwiches brought in from outside. We'll return in 15 minutes. At Guam, this is Mission Control Houston.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Guam for 5 minutes. Over.
I don't know if it's a good thing to do. It's the only thing we can do, I think.
Roger.
And we seem to have misplaced the Seattle IQ card, but since the readings on it were all based on that number 3, anyway, I guess I won't use them anyway, so it's strictly starting all over again.
Roger.
And Mike, just so you won't be concerned, I just happen to have some time to do this and went ahead and set it up and look through. I don't think that those readings on the proper time there.
Okay, we copy, Bob.
giant cue card, huh, Mike?
Roger, Bob. As a reminder, the theodolite target pad is also in the Orbit Ops checklist on page FS4-3.
I've got that, but that doesn't have the zero readings in it from my baseline, does it?
Stand by.
But that's what I meant when I said it won't make any difference anyway. If we're using the screw, those were taken off of number 3.
And Columbia, Houston, Bob, we'd just like you to go ahead and zero in on the screw and record that data. And we'd like, in order to preclude any possibility of another CRT failure, we'd like to avoid cycling CRT power to create a message down here when we annotate voice recorders. And we'll figure out some other way to tell you to do that here. We're planning over Hawaii to read up a few news items for you during your meal, if that's okay.
Okay, super idea, and we'll stop the CRT power. How about for at night? We could turn them to very dim if you wanted to, instead of turning them off over the night hour.
Roger, we'll get back to you on that one. And we're going LOS here in about 10 seconds. We'll talk to you through Hawaii at 6+24.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Guam, 6 minutes away from reacquisition through Hawaii on orbit 37. Comment there that in doing some theodolite measurements of the payload bay door hinge line and latch locations, they could not see the index mark, which was really a screw head at the aft bulkhead because of interference by the covers for the now deployed satellites. So they're moving to an alternate index mark that is in view. Return in 6 minutes for Hawaii, during which the Capcom will read up a brief news summary to the crew of World News. This is Mission Control at day 2, 6 hours, 18 minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston, some 30 seconds away from acquisition through Hawaii. Crew now in their meal period, their noon meal scheduled period in the flight plan. Should have acquisition any moment now, and we're standing by.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Hawaii for 8 minutes. Over.
Yeah, go ahead.
Roger, hope you guys are enjoying your meal here, and we've got some news to read up if you're ready to listen.
Stand by. Let's get Vance on comm. He's been off comm a minute.
Okay.
Actually, we're not eating. We managed to get ourselves just enough behind that sequence of the glow and and we just got ourselves a little bit behind. We'll be eating a little later, I guess.
Okay, we understand.
Hey, Mike, go ahead.
Okay, our PAO friends have supplied us with some wire service news here. We'll read it off if you're all ready to listen. The biggest news is the new Secretary of the Communist Party, General Secretary of the Communist Party, is Yuri Andropov, who was elected Friday to succeed Leonid Brezhnev. He was a former secret police chief, and he assumed the General Secretaryship of the Communist Party in an unusually swift transition of power, only 2 days after Brezhnev suffered a fatal heart attack. The Polish Interior Ministry announced that Lech Walesa was freed today from the remote government lodge where he spent much of the last 11 months in detention. His whereabouts are still a mystery, though. His wife, Danuta, has not seen him yet. The America's Vietnam veterans are marching down Constitution Avenue today, giving themselves the Welcome Home parade the nation neglected to arrange when the Vietnam War ended. After the march, the veterans will dedicate the Vietnam Veterans Monument, built by the veterans to honor the veterans. In Washington, President Reagan is ready to announce a broad new East-West trade agreement with the European allies and a lifting of the U.S. trade sanctions against the Soviet Union that were imposed after the military crackdown in Poland. And locally, 270,000 persons have called the special telephone company 900 number to listen in on the shuttle air-to-ground communications. In sports, a group of at least a dozen National Football League players, including the Greg Bingham and Carter Hartwig from the Oilers, will confront Ed Garvey today in what the players consider a last-ditch effort to save the 1982 NFL season. The Houston Rockets continued their perfect season by losing to the Los Angeles Lakers 127-96. So they're 0 for 7 now. And we'll get you football scores as soon as they start coming in today. A couple of big games. Texas A&M plays Arkansas, and Penn State plays Notre Dame. We'll get you those when we can.
Okay, Mike, sure appreciate that. That was great.
And Columbia, Houston, the SBS data looks very good to us down here. And you can switch over to Anik whenever you'd like.
Okay, Michael, we copy that. I had given you 5 minutes of Anik just prior to the SBS. Look the other direction on the tape. If you don't find it, I'll switch over to Anik right now.
Okay, we copy, Joe. We thought you were just waiting for a comment there.
No, and I'm about to end the SBS data take right at the moment.
Roger, that's fine, Joe. Thank you.
And Mike, I've got a request for tomorrow.
Go ahead, Joe.
Roger, there's a third very famous football game to be played tomorrow, the DePaul Wabash game, and I'd like that score passed up to me.
Roger, Joe, we've already done the groundwork on that, and we'll get you that one as soon as we can.
Okay.
And you might pass along the bill here. We know there's a DePaul game and a Baldwin Wallace game and a Colorado game. We haven't been able to find where MIT's playing today.
Thanks.
You're welcome up with that one, Mike.
And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you again through Santiago at 6 plus 5-4.
Roger that. Is that going to be a PMC?
It's negative. Hadn't planned on it there.
Okay.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii. Santiago in 21 minutes. Extremely low elevation angle pass of only 48 seconds duration. Unlikely there will be any calm at Santiago. Botswana in 40 minutes. A 5-minute, 17-second pass. Crew currently preparing for their scheduled noon meal. At day 2, 6 hours, 33 minutes. Mission Control, Houston.
And Columbia, Houston, with you for about 20 seconds through Santiago.
Mike, we copy.
And we'll give you another call at Botswana at 7 plus 14.
I can just say thanks again for all that news. We appreciate it.
Roger, Bob. Columbia, Houston, with you through Botswana for 5 minutes. Over.
Roger, Mike.
Got you loud and clear.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead, Vance.
Mike, since I talked to you last, I've had a little bit of wireless comm problem. Unit A seems to have failed. Unit E, I put up to replace it, and I can't seem to get it to work. Right now I'm on Unit D, which belongs to Joe. I'm going to plug an HIU into the wall unit on the CDR side, see if I can make that work. It appears that it might be something behind the wall as opposed to a wireless unit.
Okay, we understand. And Columbia, Houston, Vance, you might want to check that circuit breaker that had popped before on panel R15, row F, essential 1BC audio left circuit breaker. Make sure it's still in.
Okay, I'll check it.
And Columbia, Houston, while you're back there, we'd like to get a caution and warning memory clear on panel R13. And the water dump tonight, we'd like to dump tank Bravo to 10%.
Tank Bravo to 10%.
Roger, Vance. And when you get a chance, we'd like to get a report on the cabin temperature last night during the sleep period.
Did you copy that?
That's a negative, Bob.
Circuit breaker is popped. Are we clear to put it back in?
Columbia, Houston, we're about 30 seconds from LOS here. Why don't you wait till we get some data over iOS? We'll talk to you over Indian Ocean at 7+22.
Okay, Mike. Okay.
Columbia, Houston, with you through iOS for 9 minutes, over.
Okay, copy, Mike. Mike, say that parameter you want reset on course warning.
Roger, Bob. We'd just like a caution warning memory clear on panel R13, please.
Yeah, that's easy enough.
And we didn't copy your transmission. I think you were talking about the sleep period last night, the cabin temperature.
Yeah, Mike.
And Columbia, Houston, Bob, if you're still back there on R13, we'd like to verify that parameters 14 and 54 are still inhibited, please.
Am I? That's affirmative, Mike. 14 and 54 are inhibited.
Okay, we understand, and we'd also like to get a report here on the cabin temperature last night during the sleep when you have a chance.
Mike, did you copy Vance here? The temperature was pretty good last night. We'll probably leave it on full hot for tonight.
Okay, we copied you, Bob. The temperature was good last night, and you plan to leave it on full hot tonight.
Confirm. Okay, how do you read now, Mike?
Okay, Vance, I got you loud and clear now.
Mike, we completed alignment. Would you like the numbers?
That's a negative. We've already got them down here. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
And Columbia, Houston, we'd like to get a time hack on when you first noticed you weren't getting comm over that ATU there, over the wireless comm. We'll go back and look at a current spike there.
That's a little hard to say, Mike. I first noticed it on intercom, and I suppose I've been working with it for 45 minutes.
Okay, copy.
Off and on. It was about the time you were reading us the news, Mike, maybe just a little bit before that.
Okay, that pins it down. Thank you. And Columbia, Houston, regarding the comm problem, we'd like you to go to the OS panel on A11 and set up your wireless unit as you were on panel 05. We can set it the same way except for the speaker power being off. We can read off the positions if you'd like.
Okay, set it up on off on the mid-deck, is that right?
We'd like you to set up on A13, panel A13, the OS audio panel, as you had your commander's audio panel on 05, except for the speaker power being off. And Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds from LOS. We'll talk to you through Guam at 7+50.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Indian Ocean Station. 18 minutes to reacquisition at Guam. Some problems with the wireless microphone system aboard the spacecraft, and they're attempting now to sort that out by switching the wall units to different panels in which they're plugged around the spacecraft. Some current numbers on Columbia's orbit. 160.3 nautical miles at perigee by 169.2 nautical at apogee. Period is 1 hour, 30 minutes, 47 seconds. 17 minutes plus to reacquisition through Guam. This is Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Guam for 3 minutes, over.
Roger, Houston, go ahead.
Roger, Bob, we're going to lose you briefly through a keyhole here in a little while. We'd like you to, on panel L1, turn both the humidity separators on, please. Sep A on as well. Try and reduce the condensation.
Okay, both humidity seps on. Roger.
And Columbia, Vance is plugged into A13 now. Or A11, we'd like to find out which WCCU unit he's using. Did you go back to A or E or what?
Not hearing you right now, Mike, and we're pretty busy right now. Let me get the steps on.
Roger.
Okay, Mike, humidity step A is now on also.
Roger, we see that. Thank you. And Columbia, Houston, with about 40 seconds to go in this pass. We'll see you at Hawaii at 8+00. We're looking forward to television.
Okay, and we're dumping water to 10% tank Bravo, right?
That's affirmative.
And Mike, we've started the equipment prep on the EVA, and I have completed almost the entire left column of 1-2 and bits and pieces of the right column.
Roger, we copy.
Mission Control, Houston, loss of signal at Guam, 6 minutes to Hawaii. Mission Specialist Bill Lenore reported he was well into the checklist for EVA equipment preparation and for tomorrow's spacewalk. We'll return in 5 minutes for the Hawaii pass, at which we should get some television of EVA equipment preparation. This is Mission Control, Day 2, 7 hours, 54 minutes. This is Mission Control. We have acquisition at Hawaii at this time, about 50 seconds early.
And Columbia, Houston, we're with you through Hawaii for 8 minutes, and we've got a good TV picture down here.
Roger, Houston. We have a picture of the Earth and the back of the spacecraft here for you. At the moment, we have a water dump in progress, which, when we're around sunset, is very spectacular. I don't know if you can see anything now or not.
We can't.
We'll move the camera over a little bit closer to where the dump is, in case you can't see anything. Right now, up on the flight deck, we have Bob working with the theodolite. He's taking some measurements, looking into a sort of a sextant-type device. Bob, you might duck down a second and say hi to everybody. He's really trying to determine if, in this position with respect to the sun, we're getting any distortion of the spacecraft, and I don't think he knows yet, but he's getting the numbers. Also, we have Bill and Joe downstairs getting ready for the EVA. Before we go to them, though, I'd like to sort of mention something. We have here something that commemorates the bicentennial of flight. Now, about 200 years ago, specifically in 1783, the Montgolfier brothers in France were flying the first balloon. And since then, of course, we've come a long way. And not only in France and America, but around the world. So this is a big thing to commemorate, and we think it's especially appropriate to mention as well. We're up here traveling about 160 miles above the Earth at 17,000 miles an hour to show what man's progress has been. President Reagan and French President Mitterrand are both co-chairmen of this celebration this year. Going on to what we're doing here now, we might give you a picture of the middeck. There, you can see Bill and Joe preparing for tomorrow's activity, the EVA. There's quite a bit to be done. You see a hatch open, and the hatch is right now the passageway into the airlock where gear's being taken to prepare the spacesuits and one thing another, set switches. Right now, Bill and Joe are handling the pieces of the spacesuit helmet and they'll have to be putting defog on and doing everything that has to be done to make what is normally a rather difficult operation very safe and so forth. How are you getting the picture of the middeck?
Roger, Vance, we got an outstanding picture down here.
Okay. Of course, the middeck is our living quarters, and we eat. We do experiments down there. We sleep all over the spacecraft. There's a bathroom down in the middeck, which is off to the side. Up here, again, on the flight deck, we're doing everything that has to do with control of the spacecraft and operation of the cargo handling equipment and so forth in the back. nice picture of the Earth here, which I wanted to jump back to. The cloud patterns up here that you see are just fantastic. Now Bob and I are going downstairs to the mid-deck, and we'll try to get everybody into the picture.
Roger, we're getting beautiful color picture down here.
Okay, we're down here. As you can see, in weightlessness, it's a little hard to get organized. We all have to have something to hold on to. It's quite interesting, though, because you can just call the floor or the ceiling, or vice versa. And as a gang of four here, why we have quite a bit of fun and spare time. Just doing all this EVA stuff. We really do work once in a while.
Roger.
Get any of that, or did it come out like a complete mess?
You guys have got outstanding lighting up there. That's a beautiful picture.
Well, it's not such a big room, and we generally have it sort of unpacked. We have food, clothing, cameras, experiments, you name it, all over it. So anyhow, that's sort of a capsule summary of what we're doing up here right now, and we're looking forward to the EVA tomorrow.
Roger, Vance, we're losing your picture here. We're 30 seconds from LOS, and we'd like to remind you have a PMC scheduled at Santiago at 8+27.
Okay, very good. See you later.
Roger.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Loss of signal at Hawaii after a tour of the spacecraft and TV of the preps for tomorrow's spacewalks by Lenore and Allen. 18 minutes until reacquisition through the Santiago, Chile tracking station, midway through orbit number 38. At day 2, 8 hours and 9 minutes, Mission Control, Houston. Mission Control, Houston. We have acquisition through Santiago, Chile tracking station. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Ascension for a few seconds, over.
We copy.
And be advised, we'd like to do our tag-up message here at iOS at 8+59, if that's okay with you guys.
Okay, we may not be ready for sleep, but we'll do our best.
Okay, and we're about to go LOS here. We'll talk to you through iOS at 8+59. You might pass to Joe that Yale beat Princeton today 37-19.
Say that again, 37-19, who was that?
Yale beat Princeton 37-19.
Standing. Yale beat... Mike, I've got all those theodolite numbers. I guess you just want me to bring them home with me, right?
That's affirmative, Bob.
You can tell RMU that I took each measurement twice and I got great repeatability, so I think they're pretty good.
Okay, we copy that, Bob.
I read you loud and clear. I might have some problems with my batteries, but seem to be working. Clear, Bill. Clear there, Joe.
Columbia, Houston, with you through iOS for 6 minutes, over. Roger, Columbia. We're with you for about 5.5 minutes now through iOS.
Hey, Mike, we just finished the EVA comm check.
Roger, we copy. And Columbia, Houston, we can start our tag-up topics at your convenience.
Okay, go ahead, Houston.
Okay, we've got about 5 minutes left in this pass now. The PRSD and vernier RCS and forward coax cals all looked real good today. No significant stratification effect was seen in the PRSD test. Bob's habitability report was very good. We lost the sleep configuration comments from Bill and Vance on the recorder. We'd like to get your medical BTO comments sometime if we could. As far as anomalies, we've got the circuit breaker, essential 1BC left audio circuit breaker back there popped. We'll be looking at that. We'll probably want to reset it, possibly looking at an alternate entry configuration. We'd like to find out which wireless set Vance is on right now and if you're connected to the OS panel.
Okay, right now I have wireless E down at the OS panel, but it's been disconnected since we're setting up that panel for the EVA VTR stuff tomorrow. And right now, Joe's off headset and I'm using, or he's off his wireless and I'm using it.
Roger, we copy. And just a reminder to check the OS panel for the sleep configuration when you get around to that. And the only other anomaly got was the water, free water we saw today. We plan to schedule an inspection later in the flight. Right now the humidity level is about 36%, which is about right. As far as sleep configuration, we'd like you to go ahead and repress the left ohms if you would. Just take the left ohms helium press vapor ISO A switch to open for about 30 seconds and then back to close. And that'll allow us to check out the regs and repress that system after being interconnected to it all day.
Hey, left ohms, you want Bravo or Alpha, Mike?
Roger, we'd like Alpha open for about 30 seconds, Bob.
Okay, how many seconds, 30?
That's affirmative.
Mike, there's one thing I missed, something at the very end when you were talking about the OS panel, something you wanted me to do to it.
Roger, we'd just like to make sure you remember to configure that panel in a sleep configuration when you get around to doing it.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll leave it off, we'll leave the wireless off of it tonight, and we'll, in the morning we'll be having it configured for the EVA TV stuff, if that's all right. We'll leave it that way tonight.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea, Vance. You can expect the state vector good message sometime during a sleep, and we also plan to send up a DEU checkout message over Guam, just to make sure you have it on board if it's necessary. If you do have anything you want to put on ICOM tonight, a good way to do that, to let us know when you've done that, is to do an IO reset to the SM GPC, and that gives us a BCE bypass SCA message down here, and we can read that real well.
Okay. Is that better than cycling CRT or? Okay, I understand you don't want CRT's power cycle, so we'll remember I'll reset to SM.
Roger. We'd just like to avoid the fast power cycles on CRTs if we can.
Okay.
And Columbia, Houston, be advised we're not going to be recording the voice during the sleep period here. Unless you request it, and you can use the power cycle to tell us there. Use the IO reset on the SM machine to tell us that. And all your consumables are in good shape, and we'll probably give you a COM Delta for the EVA tomorrow due to the commander's comm configuration there.
Okay, good.
This is Mission Control Houston. Loss of signal through Indian Ocean Station. Next station, which likely will be the final contact with the crew before their sleep period, will be Guam in 19 minutes. Spacecraft now just beginning the 39th orbit of the Earth on this 5th flight. And at day 2, 9 hours, 6 minutes, Mission Control Houston. Oh, back up one. We're estimating an hour from now the start of the change of shift briefing with off-going Flight Director Dr. John Cox in the JSC newsroom. That's at 4:20 Central.
Cutter Boy, Houston contact. Air ground 2.
Comm control. Voice control.
The shuttle mission control, mission elapsed time 2 days, 9 hours, 39 minutes. Kind of brief pass over Hawaii here on orbit 39. Just about 2 minutes of signal. There will be no voice contact in as much as we're in the sleep period now, but there will be downlink telemetry to the ground station, and mission control team here will be able to look at the health and well-being telemetry fed down from Columbia. Flight Director John Cox has completed tag up with the oncoming flight team and Flight Director Gary Cohen, and the planning team is now in place in the Mission Control Center. And Dr. Cox will be on his way over to the Building 2 News Center for a change of shift briefing at 4:20 p.m. Central Time. This is the Shuttle Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 10 hours, 2 minutes. The change of shift briefing with Flight Director John Cox could occur as early as 4:40 p.m. Central Time in the Building 2 News Center. We're just less than a minute away from acquisition of signal through Santiago, Chile. And although we are in the crew's sleep period, just a few minutes inside their sleep period, we anticipate that the Capcom will establish voice contact with the crew and advise them of
Houston, how do you read?
changes to the crew activity plan.
Houston, this is Columbia, loud and clear.
Yeah, we've got a slight change here for you, Vance. We thought we'd pass to you before you go to sleep this evening. We have had some consultations here, Mission Control, and we're going to exercise some flexibility that we've built into the flight plan here for the next couple of days and do your EVA on flight day 5 and give you some things to do on flight day 4 tomorrow. And we worked up the plan already, and we're going to pass it up to you on your teleprinter review early in the morning.
Okay, understand EVA be flight day 5. You'll pass up our plan for tomorrow on the teleprinter.
That's affirmative. Basically, it's almost a swap, flight day 5 for flight day 4 with some changes, but they're going to be minor and should be no problem. And since we're keeping you awake a little bit later tonight, we're going to let you sleep in till 18:10 in the morning so you can make up this 40 minutes.
Okay, we'll sleep in till 18:10.
That's affirmative, and we will see you then.
Okay, very good.
Good night.
And we're going off the air.
Good night. Sleep well. We'll see you in the morning.
Right.
This is Mission Control Houston. Capcom's announcement to change flight plan day 5 for day 4, which effectively changes the EVA from Sunday till Monday morning. A decision made here in the control center just to maximize the potential for getting the most possible effectiveness out of the extravehicular activity. And furthermore, the advice that the crew is going to be permitted to sleep in a little bit later than originally scheduled tomorrow morning, and changes in the crew activity plan, which for the most part constitute an exchange of the flight plan activities for day 5 with those scheduled for day 4, and the detailed summary timeline will be uplinked to the crew's teleprinter during the sleep period and be ready for their perusal tomorrow morning. Mission elapsed time, 2 days, 10 hours, 5 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Shuttle Mission Control, 2 days, 10 hours, 10 minutes. Off-going Flight Director John Cox advises that his change of shift briefing will be conducted at 4:50 p.m. Central Standard Time in the Building 2 News Center at Johnson Space Center. Once again, that change of shift briefing with Flight Director John Cox at 4:50 Central Time. Shuttle Mission Control, mission elapsed time 2 days, 11 hours, 45 minutes. Columbia on its 41st orbit of the United States, of the Earth, in the crew sleep period, and the crew apparently passing a restful night. Downlink data indicates systems on board the vehicle continue to function nominally. This is Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 13 hours, 23 minutes. Columbia on its 42nd orbit of the Earth. Just completed a pass over the ground station at Santiago, Chile. Got downlink data telemetered to the Santiago station from the vehicle and transmitted to Houston through the Goddard tracking network, indicating that the vehicle's flight systems continue to perform nominally. The crew, of course, in its sleep period, just slightly less than 5 hours remaining before the wake-up. At 2 days, 13 hours, 24 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Shuttle Mission Control. Mission Control Houston, mission elapsed time 2 days, 15 hours, 52 minutes. A partial power failure had occurred in the Mission Control Center. The failure is traced to an electrical bus. The center still has essential communications and tracking capabilities, but temporarily lost are some timing displays and some data displays. The control team's presently working to restore these. At about the same time as the failure, the center's firefighters responded to an alarm on the first floor. They found smoke coming from a power filter, which was determined to be related to the partial power outage. Full power is expected to be restored to the control center in less than an hour. Mission elapsed times 2 days, 15 hours, 52 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control. This is Shuttle Mission Control at 2 days, 16 hours, 44 minutes. The power system which had failed still hasn't been restored, but the mission control team has worked around that failure to the extent that full capability has been restored. The timing displays are back in order, and data displays are once again current and working. The Of course, downlink telemetry and command capability was never interrupted, and it's clear that there were no caution and warning alarms activated on board the vehicle, and the crew has passed an uninterrupted night. And it's apparently resting quietly. A couple hours still remaining in their sleep period. Columbia on its 44th orbit of the Earth. And the mission control team is preparing teleprinter messages to uplink to the vehicle to advise the crew of its revised activity plan for tomorrow. Mission elapsed time 2 days, 16 hours, 45 minutes. This is Shuttle Mission Control.
Good morning, Columbia. Time to rise and shine.
Columbia, Houston, Columbia. Good morning. How are you doing?
We're doing great down here. The Marine hymn, of course, is in honor of our 2 Marines on board and your recent Marine Corps birthday.
Okay. Well, we'll get Bob up, get his comments on it there. Thanks for the fine music.
You're welcome. We're about 1 minute away from a short keyhole here at Mila. We'll be with you at Bermuda for about another 7 minutes after that.
Okay, fine.
Shuttle Mission Control, mission elapsed time 2 days, 18 hours, 12 minutes. 2 Marines on board, obviously Columbia pilot Bob Overmeyer, active duty Marine Corps colonel, and Vance Brand began his career as an aviator, as a Marine Corps pilot. Acquired signal again momentarily through Bermuda Station as we had this brief LOS through a keyhole.
And Columbia, Houston, back with you for about 4 more minutes here at Bermuda.
Roger.
In Vance, we believe we have a copy of all of our TPR messages on board. If you get a chance, we'd like for you to make sure you receive message 24 and second copy of message 25. We're not too sure about the transmission of those pages.
Okay, yeah, right now we have just one message that can be used to mark up everybody's caps, so if we could get 1 or 2 more, that'd be great, but we'll see what we're missing.
Yeah, we're trying to get them up to you as fast as we can. We were just wondering about the clarity of those 2, the 24 Bravo and the second copy of 25. And if you get a chance, we got a couple of 3 switches here for you for reconfiguration for the cryo.
Great, copy.
Okay, on R1, O2 tank 3 heater alpha to auto. And take the H2 tank 3 heater alpha and Bravo to auto.
Okay, that was on R1, O2 tanks 3 heater A to auto, H2 tanks 3 A and B to auto.
And that's correct.
That is H2 tank 3 A and B to auto.
That's affirmative, all 3 of those to auto. And Vance, you might tell Bob that Baldwin Wallace beat Ohio Wesleyan 24-0 yesterday. In Columbia, we're about 30 seconds to LOS. We'll see you over to Carr at 18:21.
The Shuttle Mission Control, this is about 3.5 minutes before we reacquire again. TPR being discussed by the Capcom during that pass is, of course, the teleprinter messages uplinked to the crew, which they use as a basis for altering their crew activity plans, which summarizes their day's events.
And Columbia, Houston's back with you for about 8 minutes through Dakar and Madrid.
Okay, Roger, Houston. We're in the midst of cutting up strips of teleprinter paper right now.
Okay, let us know if you need anything else.
We just got some more paper, by the way.
Yeah, we're uplinking the rest of your copies of the CAP update. And if Joe's listening, DePaul got beat yesterday by Wabash.
Joe's off comm right now, but we'll sure pass it on to him. Wasn't like 24 to nothing, though, was it?
Well, it's about the same spread. It was 31 to 6.
Okay.
And Colorado beat Kansas 28 to 3.
Glad to hear they came up with a win.
I think somebody was interested in UCLA's score. They beat Stanford 38 to 35.
I don't think anybody was interested in UCLA.
Okay, we'll forget that one. Columbia, Houston, we're about 45 seconds to an LOS here at Madrid. We'll see you over the Indian Ocean in about 12 minutes at 18:41.
Did you see that?
Shuttle mission control, mission elapsed time 2 days, 18 hours, 39 minutes. Columbia on orbit 45, a little more than a minute away from reacquisition of signal through the Indian Ocean station. Plans are presently to cancel the change of shift briefing with Flight Director Gary Cohen, originally scheduled for 2:50 a.m. Central Time. Plan to cancel that in recognition of the fact that events have been rather static since the last change of shift briefing. The Flight Activities Officer has announced this morning that the morning messages to the crew and the teleprinter consumed 12 feet of teleprinter paper, bringing the total footage of teleprinter paper used so far in STS-5 to 47 feet. Crew is in its post-sleep activity period, meaning it's reconfiguring cabin lighting, windows, and doing some stowage of the sleep gear and readying itself with proper documents for the day's events. Once again, the 2:50 a.m. change of shift debriefing with Flight Director Gary Cohen's been canceled, and we are standing by now for acquisition of signal momentarily through Indian Ocean Station.
Columbia, Houston with you for about 7 minutes at Indian Ocean. Should you need us for anything, we'll be standing by.
Okay, Houston, we copy.
Columbia, Houston, we're about 30 seconds LOS here at Indian Ocean. See you at Yargity at 18:57, and there's a PMC scheduled for Aurora right after that.
Roger, we understand, Brian. Thank you. Roger, sorry, John. We copy.
Okay. Columbia, Houston with you, Yargady, for a little less than 7.5 minutes.
Roger, copy. You hear, Houston.
Reading you loud with the squeal in the background. Columbia, Houston, we got about another minute here at Yargady. Surgeon will talk to you over Auroral. We'll see you in about 38 minutes at Mila.
Roger, we copy. 38 minutes at Mila and searching over Auroral. Thank you. Can I help you with your work? Over. India.
Shuttle mission control, mission elapsed time 2 days, 19 hours, 5 minutes. Entering into a rather extensive loss of signal period now for about 38 minutes until we reacquire through the Mylar ground station.
And Columbia, we're with you for a short 20 seconds. Unless you have something real quick for us, we'll see you at Mila, 1941.
Okay, I don't think we have anything more. We'll see you at Mila then.
Okay, good luck on the IMU. Columbia, Houston with you through Mila and Bermuda for about 12 minutes, standing by.
Roger, Houston, and we have IMU results, IMU line results for you.
Okay, go ahead, we're ready.
Houston, line log follows. Stars 45 and 24, angular error 0.02, starting delta X plus decimal 08 minus decimal 14 minus decimal 02, delta Y plus decimal 02 plus decimal 02 plus decimal 05, delta Z plus decimal 16 minus decimal 02 plus decimal 09. Execution time, day 2, 19 hours, 36 minutes. Over.
And we copy all that, Vance. Sounds good.
Okay, and have one other comment. Following the align, I went to hit an item 19 to start the track maneuver and inadvertently hit the item 19 on spec 21, which is mass memory read. Thought I'd tell you of the inadvertent key punch there and ask what the implication is, if any.
Okay, Vance, we'll look into that and I'll get right back to you.
Much. And John, one comment from the F deck right now. Got a little ahead and I'm in the fuel cell purge and water dump at this time. And I noticed that that's a little bit ahead. Is there any problem with that?
Oh, there's no problem with that. Go right ahead.
Okay, I will hold off for that APU vent heater activation until 2040 per the cap. Is that affirmed?
That is affirmative.
And John, if he comes down here, will you tell me what he would estimate the finish time for that Bravo tank dump to 5%?
Yeah, we'll get you an estimate and get right back.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll set a clock on that.
And Bob, our best estimate is it's going to take about 50 minutes for that water dump.
Okay, that's about what I came up with, so we'll just set a time for about 45 to come up and look at it.
Sounds good. And Vance, we've looked into your execution of item 19 on spec 21, and it's no impact. We'll have to re-update our gyro drifts down here, but other than that, there's no impact as far as you're concerned.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's all right. It's still early in the morning. And Vance, if you would, we would like for you to select DAP Bravo.
Okay, DAP Bravo.
In Columbia, we're taking some bets down here. We wonder if Bob Overmeyer really did sleep through the Marine Corps hymn.
We'll let him say. Any answer I could give would just get me in trouble, John. Just get me in trouble.
Copy that.
Every other morning he's been the first guy up, and he just sacked in today. Hey, listen, John, I usually got up early so I could get my sideburns cut.
Yeah, we copy that, Bob. TV yesterday looked like you had about a 2 or 3 day growth.
Columbia? Houston, Columbia?
Go ahead.
We were all just wondering if Bob would have his paycheck waiting for him when he gets back.
We'll call the dispersing clerk and check on that for him. And we got about 30 seconds here at Bermuda. We'll see you over at Dakar at 1957.
Okay, see you there.
Mission Control Houston, 2 days, 19 hours, 55 minutes mission elapsed time. Have a brief gap in the communication as the Columbia passes out of range of the tracking station at Bermuda. We'll reacquire over Dakar in about a minute and a half.
Columbia, Houston, back with you at Dakar for about 7 minutes.
Roger, we got you.
Columbia, we're about a minute to LOS here at Dakar. We'll see you over Indian Ocean in about 13 minutes at 2016.
Okay, see you then.
Dakar, voice control, air to ground 2, voice check.
Mission Control Houston at 2 days, 20 hours, 6 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia has just passed out of range of the tracking station at Dakar and will reacquire in about 9 minutes and a half over Indian Ocean Station.
And Columbia, Houston with you at Indian Ocean for about 8 minutes.
Okay, we're reading you a little weak.
Okay, I guess our first order of business here is to turn you over to Doctors Holloway, Stewart, Bridges, and the rest of the Ivory team. And we'll see you again tonight. I hope you have a good day.
Okay, thank you, John. We had you with us for a longer period this morning, and Good talking to you. We'll see you later.
Yeah, we enjoyed it too. We'll see you tonight.
And, just let the planning team know we've digested all of the changes, and looks like we're off and running for the day.
Well, that's great. We were hoping we wouldn't load you down too bad.
No, we got by fine. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Columbia, Houston. Vance, I have a flight note for you that will affect the burn coming up.
Okay, go ahead.
Roger, we would like for you to repress the right ohms using the A leg only.
Repress the right ohms using the A leg only. Bob's got that. Okay, I'll get it.
Okay, you can do that sometime before the burn. And the other note is, we would like for you to return to a nominal configuration on the right pod, reselect jets R2 Delta and R3 Delta.
We understand about reselection of jets. When you said normal configuration on the right pod, you were referring to jets, not ohms.
That's affirmative, just reselecting those two jets. And the reason is, looks like R4D heater now is failed on, so it's a little hotter than normal, and in a way that'll probably help us out because we won't have any concern about it during the no sun tonight.
Okay, so we'll get that done right away. Thank you.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, 30 seconds LOS, see you at Yargadee at 3-2.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 20 hours, 25 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia has passed out of range of the tracking station at Indian Ocean. Orbit number 46. Reacquire over Yargadee, about 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Earlier this morning, there was a medical conference, results of which Dr. Sam Poole has indicated that Bill Lenore is improving. Earlier, he had, of course, experienced some space motion sickness difficulties, and that was the reason for moving the EVA, swapping out this flight day with tomorrow's. He's said to be improving and expected to continue to improve during the day. The doctors instructed him to drink fluids and eat light meals. The other crew members are reported at 100%, just feeling fine. Crew is currently scheduled to be in a meal period. And there are some fairly brief activities this morning on the new timeline as revised to reflect the change in moving the EVA day. In about 30 minutes, Commander Vance Brand will initiate a maneuver to put the Columbia in the starboard sun attitude. And about 30 minutes after that, he will deactivate the getaway special canister. Later on in the morning, the mission specialists, Allen and Lenore, are scheduled to conduct some of the medical DSOs, the detailed supplementary objectives. Those are the ones that relate to gathering data on eye movements and other vestibular related things that might give us some additional information on the response of the human vestibular system to space. First television this morning is scheduled for around 8 a.m. At 2 days, 20 hours, 28 minutes, mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Columbia, Houston, with you through Yargady for 8 minutes.
Can we copy?
Okay, and you're 5 by.
And we're shutting off the dump valve here pretty quick.
Okay, Bob, thank you.
Okay, the dump is complete, and I've gone ahead and repressed it right ohms. Is that too soon, or is that all right?
Bob, it's okay to go ahead.
Okay, that's complete also.
Roger.
Houston, Columbia, the steam vent heater is activated. I just got a message on that.
Say again, the heater, Bob.
Just activated the APU steam vent heater activation. That's stepped about 7 minutes early.
Okay, we copy. Thank you very much, we copy.
Houston, Columbia.
Go ahead.
Got Spec 86 up on CRT 3. I don't see anything under it. It looks unusual. It gave that message to you at all?
Bob, we don't have any data. Could you tell us what the message was?
Yeah, right after I activated the water steam vent, I got the Spec 86 APU hydraulic water boiler.
Okay, we copy.
I think it's just because it all goes to heater Bravos on that at the start. And say in the boiler control power heater, 3 of them to Bravo, and then the control on. I think that's all that did it. But
okay.
unless you tell me differently, I'm going to write that off as nominal, and RMU can look at it when we come over the next S-band site.
Roger, we'll look at that over Auroral. Bob will be coming up there about 42, and just press on for now.
Okay. Good. A real pretty view of Australia right now, Roy.
Roger, copy, Bob.
It's so neat, I'll tell you, it is so neat.
Yeah, we had FAO draw us a little picture of the picture window view you had yesterday, and we can see why you were so impressed. Looked like you were looking at the whole continent through the front windows.
Looking at the whole world, it's really unbelievable. Side sun attitude is it's an amazing attitude looking out these front windows here.
Well, personally, I can't wait to try it.
Well, let me tell you, regardless how long you have to wait, it's really worth the wait. And I can speak with authority on that one.
Roger, understand, Bob. Columbia, Houston, we're 15 seconds LOS. We'll pick you up at Auroral at 42.
Okay.
Columbia, Houston, with you at Auroral for 3 minutes.
Hey, Roy.
Columbia, Houston. Bob, we think because of that message was the fact that you went to water boiler Bravo, and the water quantities go to 0, and so we would expect that message.
That's what I figured it was, but I just wanted to be sure. That's the standard.
Roger.
Figured it wouldn't hurt to ask.
Roger.
And Roy, for your information, I've just started the PAM-ASE thermal test for SPS just a few seconds ago. And verify which SCA you want to be giving you the data for ANIC.
Stand by. Columbia, Houston, Joe, use SCA-1 for the ANIC.
Okay, SCA-1 for ANIC. Thanks, Roy.
Okay, we'll see you at mile at 17 after. We're going LOS.
Mission Control, Houston, 2 days, 20 hours, 45 minutes mission elapsed time. Columbia has just passed out of range of the tracking station at Aurora, Australia. And we've got about a 32-minute loss of signal period here till we reacquire over the U.S. Crew seems to be on or a little bit ahead of the timeline. Mission specialists performing the payload assist module test on the remaining equipment that stays in the cargo bay after those satellites are deployed, and they do some testing with that equipment. Bob Overmeyer is a little bit ahead, reporting that he has about 10 minutes ago completed the APU steam vent heater activation, which is in preparation for the flight control system checkout later in the day. 2 days, 20 hours, 46 minutes mission elapsed time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
And if you all can look real time, you should see some voltage is coming through on your strip chart shortly.
Okay, Joe, we'll look and I'll get back to you in a minute. Tell you what we see.
Houston, Columbia.
Roger, Columbia, go ahead.
Okay, we got the three engine soakback burn complete at 20 hours, 55 minutes, 45 seconds. That was actually start of burn. We did it for 30 seconds and recorded delta VX of minus 0.02, Y minus 0.23, Z plus 32.59, delta V total 36.84.
Okay, Vance, we copy.
As I know, the burn went as planned, completely nominal, and we're back in side sun.
Roger.
Okay, Houston, are you ready for the strange gauge signal conditioners on?
Roger, we're ready.
You got them.
Roger.
And Houston, from the mid-deck on page FS7-4, we've just finished with the paragraph underneath, about a third of the way down, underneath the line that says set control box position 4.
Okay, we copy that. Columbia, Houston, Joe, we're getting a good signal down here.
Okay, good news. We're doing part B of position 4 right now.
Roger.
And the subject is MS1/2, and the experimenter is MS2/1.
Roger, it couldn't be clearer, Joe.
Neither could the directions. Houston, we're going to position
5. Say again, Joe, I did copy that.
Houston, we're on position 5 now, tracking the lights.
Roger, copy 5.
And Houston, we'll be deactivating the gas in about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay, copy, Vance.
Position 5 is completed. We're going now to start position 6, but we have to get set up.
Roger. Columbia, Houston, we're 30 seconds LOS. See you at Dakar at 3-2.
Okay, and the strain gauge is off. Is that affirmed?
That's affirmative. You can turn them off.
And Columbia, Houston, Joe, you can go to the next position on the box.
Okay, we're getting ready to, hang on just a second, to position 6. We're getting ready to go to position 6. We're configuring some video of this.
Okay. And we're LOS now.